The Belizean National Prayer. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help, we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Oath of allegiance of a new senator.
Deputy Clerk, kindly administer the oath of allegiance to the new senator.
I, Louis Luke Martinez, do swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Belize, and will uphold the Constitution and the law, and that I will conscientiously, impartially, and to the best of my ability discharge my duties as a senator, and do right to all manner of people without fear, favor, affection, or ill will. So help me God.
Congratulations to you, Senator Louis Luke Martinez, and welcome back to the Senate.
Announcement by the President.
Good morning. Two brief announcements. First, I want to extend our congratulations to the Leader of Government Business and Minister of Immigration on the successful launch of the passport this morning. From my understanding, this new passport is expected to strengthen the integrity and safety of our passport, reduce corruption, and increase the reach so that we have more points or centers where Belizeans can be making applications for their passport both in Belize and abroad. So once again, congratulations, Leader of Government Business, and we wish the ministry well in this endeavor. I also wish to announce that on Friday, November the 11th, there will be a National Children's Parliament in this chamber. And today we have in the gallery some of the children, youth, who will be honorable senators for that day. And I think we have two who will be members of the House. So I will take great pleasure in introducing them to you. And so you know who they will be representing. So you be on your best behavior today. And I will also ask them to stand up as I call their name. Vivian Espat, who will take the chair for that day as the President of the Senate. Asher Torres, who will be leader of government business in the Senate that day. Jalil Gabat, who will be the Vice President of the Senate. Ofelia Hernandez, who will be representing the Belize Council of Churches. Emily Sosa, who will be representing the National Trade Union Congress. Tanya Vasquez, who will be representing the NGO community. Catherine Velasquez, who will be representing the leader of opposition business. Abigail Cabral, representing the opposition. And Jadia Martinez, representing Chamber, the business community. There are 4 others who are unable to be with us today. We also have with us Sophia Jenkins, who will be the Deputy Prime Minister that day for the House of Representatives, and Lisselle Swayze, who will be the member for Albert. I think, is she with us? Okay. So those are the members of the Children's Parliament who will be here on November 11, 2022, and I invite you all to attend on that special day. Honorable members, by letter dated 17th October 2022, Cabinet's recommendation has been signified to the 2018 general increase in authorized capital stock of the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development and the International Finance Corporation Motion 2022.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Thank you, Madam President. Before that, may I acknowledge with gratitude your kind words with respect to the launch of the e-passport and the e-PICs, and I do so in the name of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade and Immigration. I would also like for our side of the Senate to extend our congratulations and warm welcome to the youth members of the Senate and the National Assembly. We on this side promise to be on our best behavior, so you will emulate the way we behave over here. Madam President, I rise to take charge of the following bills: the Belize Constitution 12th Amendment Bill 2022, Senior Courts Bill 2022, Patents Amendment Bill 2022, Non-Governmental Organizations Amendment Bill 2022, and the People's Constitution Commission Bill 2022. Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 49-1, I move that the bills be taken through all their stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the bills be taken through all their stages forthwith. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Paper.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper number 32/1/14, the annual report of the Development Finance Corporation for the year 2021.
Honorable members, that paper is ordered to lie on the table.
Motions relating to the business or sittings of the Senate.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I move that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by you, the President.
Honorable members, the question is that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I move that whereas the American Treaty on Pacific Settlement, the Pact of Bogota, hereinafter referred to as the Pact, was adopted on the 30th of April 1948 at the 9th International Conference of American States and entered into force on the 6th May 1949. And whereas the objective of the pact is to inter alia refrain from the threat, use of force, or any other means of coercion for the settlement of controversies, and to have recourse at all times to pacific procedures, and to settle international controversies by regional procedures before referring them to the Security Council of the United Nations by the procedures and in the manner and under the conditions provided for in the said treaty. And whereas the pact has been utilized by parties thereto for the pacific settlement of disputes between them by invoking the jurisdiction of the International Court of Justice, and whereas the government of Belize considers it prudent to accede to the pact, and whereas Section 61A(2)(a) of the Belize Constitution as amended by the Belize Constitution 6th Amendment Act No. 13 of 2008 provides that the Senate shall authorize the ratification, including adhesion or accession to any treaty by the government of Belize. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Honorable Senate authorizes the government of Belize to accede to the pact, a full text of which is hereto annexed. Madam President, in opening the debate on this motion, I would seek your permission to read my presentation. Madam President, on the 8th May 2019, the Belizean people voted by a majority of 55% to 44% to submit the claim by Guatemala to any land, insular territories of Belize, and the maritime areas pertaining thereto to the International Court of Justice for final binding determination. This legal process is well underway between Belize and Guatemala. It has as its main objective the final resolution of the Guatemalan claim. Since 1982, Honduras has included a claim to the Zapatero Keys in its constitution. We do not believe that the Honduran claim is credible. Because both Belize and Guatemala claim the Zapateras in the ICJ case, which said keys are claimed by Honduras in its constitution, it is our understanding that Honduras will feel obliged to intervene in the Belize-Guatemala case now before the ICJ to assert its claim to the Zapateras. Madam President, Belize and Honduras have excellent relations. After taking legal advice, we have engaged the Honduran government with a view to negotiating a resolution of their claim to the Zapateras on the basis of Honduras acknowledging Belize's exclusive sovereignty over the Zapateras. Regrettably, this has not been successful. If, as we believe is likely, Honduras applies to intervene in the case now before the court, it is likely to affect the Belize-Guatemala case. Once the ICJ becomes aware of the claim by Honduras to the Zapateras, there is a significant risk that the court would not delimit the maritime areas that appertain to the Zapateras, thereby leaving unresolved a large part of our maritime entitlement. Indeed, the ICJ may decide not to pronounce on sovereignty over the Zapateras as well, even as between Belize and Guatemala. This would mean that sovereignty over a very important part of our sovereign domain, the Zapateras and the maritime areas pertaining to it, will remain unresolved. In light of all the circumstances and based on legal advice from our international lawyers, Madam President, Belize seeks to accede to the Pact of Bogota, a treaty to which Honduras is a party. We are advised that as a state party to the pact, we can take Honduras to the International Court of Justice for the International Court of Justice to resolve Honduras's territorial claim to a part of Belize. This is what we are preparing to do. In this way, all countries that claim the Zapateras would be before the International Court of Justice. For Belize to achieve its strategic objective of obtaining a conclusive determination of its territorial sovereignty over all its continental, insular, and maritime territory, including the Zapateras Keys, it must submit the Honduran claim to the Zapatero Keys to the ICJ under the Pact of Bogota. We ask for the support of the Senate for the accession to the Pact of Bogota. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Michael Perry-Feet and welcome back, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't know, I press this button, you get fancy for me? Is it on? It's on. Thank you. I missed you too, Madam President. It's good to be back. Madam President, let me join you in welcoming our youth parliamentarians. I won't be so bold as to say to our youth to emulate any of us. I would encourage them rather to be themselves and to look at the issues objectively and to make sure with their own minds to come to arguments and decisions that their conscience and their integrity will allow them to accept. So I say congratulations, and we look forward to your debates. Let me also say, Madam President, and congratulate, indeed, the Minister of Immigration for having the good sense to continue the motion set in by the Honorable Beverly Williams when she was Minister of Immigration. This passport, I am informed that not a thing has changed, that you simply signed off on it, and you are to be credited for that, sir. So congratulations as well to Minister Williams. Madam President, you know, and I was going to try to behave good for youth parliamentarians, Madam President, but when you see this, Madam President, I won't even try to claim that there is some righteousness in me saying, why are you bringing a motion the morning of a meeting to the Senate? A motion that is not even on the order paper. This was revealed to us this morning that this would be coming. No, Madam President, governments after governments have done that, you know. So, I will be no hypocrite and claim that any government that I was a part of has not done that very same thing from time to time. But, Madam President, not this. Not this. There are levels to things. And when you are dealing with Belize and Guatemala, the Guatemalan issue, the most important issue of my lifetime and many of our lifetimes, this is one you do not play games with. You don't come the morning of this Senate and present to this Senate for us to determine, even though the law gives the Senate the authority for Belize to enter into treaties, this is not one of those treaties we just enter into on a Monday morning. This issue affects our claim. This issue affects the matter we have before the ICJ as we speak, for which there has been a memorial, there has been a counter memorial. We anticipate a reply in December, and then there's a rejoinder by June of next year. We are in the middle of this game, and you're coming to us, telling us now that you want to involve a third player in the ICJ unfounded Guatemalan claim against Belize, and that Belize must take action, enter into a treaty, and take action against a third country that has given no official indication that it is interested in interfering in this case, because if they were going to do it, they would have done it already. Members of the Senate, do not vote to pass this motion. Let the Belizean people have their say as to whether or not we want to involve another country for which we have no quarrel with, for which we have excellent relationships with, as the Minister for Foreign Affairs just said. So why would you pick a fight with Honduras when Honduras don't bother we? Not only that, Madam President, if you pick a fight with Honduras now, and we force them into the ICJ claim, the unfounded one that Guatemala has over Belize, it will delay the process. Because now Honduras would need another year to respond to Guatemala's memorial and to our counter memorial. They will need at least another year or two to respond to their reply, and when we put in our rejoinder. This, ladies and gentlemen, will delay the ICJ decision on this matter for another at least 3 to 4 years. When the lawyers are telling us that given what we have before us, given the date for the reply and the rejoinder, we could have a hearing and a decision on this matter by 2024. Why would we want to delay something that some of us have waited our entire lives to have determined? Why would we delay it? Why would we pick a fight with the Honduran people? And second of all, why are we not taking this to the Belizean people? Let the Belizean people decide. You, Senator Courtney, gave a good introduction as to why this may or may not be a good idea. So put it to the Belizean people. Explain the issues to the Belizean people. Let the Belizean people decide, you know what, yes, we've heard the government, we've heard them on the issue, we think this is a good idea, yes, let's join and let's bring Honduras in. Or you know what, no, we don't want to join. But 13 people who nobody elect will come to the Senate and say, pass one motion will affect Belize Guatemala issue? Really? Really? Shame on any of us who want to be a part of that. Shame on anybody who votes for this. None of you, none of us have the right to make a decision in this Senate alone without conferring with the Belizean people on the Belize Guatemala issue. Pull this back, leader of government business, pull this back. Or I am telling you, dog will eat your supper on this one. The Belizean people went to a referendum to decide all claims, insular and otherwise, by the unfounded people of Guatemala, unfounded claim on the territory of Belize. The people of this country voted to go to the ICJ between Belize and Guatemala. And we were told, I was a part of telling the Belizean people that this, once and for all, will settle the claim. Now it turns out, no Honduras can mention back then, you know, Madam President, nobody saying a word about Honduras. Now it may turn out, as life happens, that you know what? There may be a ticklish issue involving Honduras, maybe. So then go back to the people, explain to the people that this has come up. And so the people can understand what they're getting into, because you pass this back to Bogota, you trigger Honduras, you know how much questions you will have? How many questions we will have? And if I may say just one tale out of school, Madam President, there has been discussion on this for months, you know. For months. We could have had a referendum already. We could have had one already. And we can tell the Belizean people that there's an urgent situation we have on hand. We're getting advice from this lawyer and that lawyer and that lawyer. Belizean people don't want to hear that. The Belizean people, it's in our laws, it's in our constitution, the Belizean people want a say on anything that has to do with Guatemala. So how dare UNO come to this Senate and on the morning before the meeting starts, want to introduce a treaty for us to agree to that will affect Belize Guatemala situation? Really? Really? You people cannot be serious. This is crazy. Madam President, I urge the leader of government business to pull back this motion. And maybe my urging will just make sure that they go forward even faster. But I urge the leader of government business, in the interest of respect for the wishes for the Belizean people when it comes to Belize and Guatemala, if you're going to do something on this magnitude, let the Belizean people have a vote. Let them say in which direction we go. And whichever decision the people of this country make, that's the one that the United Democratic Party will support. So we support taking it to the people for them to decide, for them to be educated on this issue, and for them to make the ultimate decision as to what we are supposed to do. We may very well go, you know, we may very well take the same action you want here today. But the Belizean people must vote on that. This is a Belize, Guatemala, man. This is not some 2-3 million you're sneaking in from Ministry of Health. This is Belize, Guatemala. You people cannot be serious. Madam President, we do not support this motion. We support explaining the position to the people of Belize, answer their questions, deal with their concerns, and have the Belizean people decide, just like we did with the educational tour before the first referendum, Belize, Guatemala. And this one doesn't have to take so long. Madam President, that's my position, and I thank you.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
It is on, Madam President. Yeah, just briefly, Madam President, I rise to support the motion. I think that when the referendum was put to the Belizean people some years back, Madam President, it became very clear that the Belizean people want this issue to be resolved. I think it's incumbent and it's actually the responsibility of any administration to see it through. Now, there are hurdles that may be faced on the way, but I think that there is a responsibility of the current administration to address those issues, such as what they're doing today, to overcome those hurdles and to ensure that we can finally have a resolution to this claim. It's unfounded, I think we all agree with that. It's something that has been before us for over 100 years, or more, in fact. And we grew up with this issue, Madam President. It's something that has always plagued us. But I think there's an opportunity right now for us to finally resolve it. We wouldn't want to have any issues hanging out there that would prevent a definitive resolution to this claim. And so I think it's the responsibility of the government to bring all the pieces together, those that were not put in the initial claim, to bring those together so that when the justices rule on this issue, that we could have something definitive, clear, and that we can go forward with. And I don't think that if we have something hanging out there, that would be possible. And so from all the information I've seen, from all the literature that I've read about it, from all the advice we've seen from the legal experts on the issue, this seems to be the route that is most advised. So I support the motion, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Janelle Chinona.
Good morning, Madam President. Good morning, colleagues, and welcome to Senator Martinez. I also want to join in the welcome to the students. I am very optimistic that you all will represent well. I know at least one of you already, but if she is any measure of the rest of you, I think our future is indeed a bright one. And as has been mentioned before, I encourage you to march to your own drum and follow your own hearts in making sure that we make Belize what we need it to be for you, because it is your inheritance. I also want to congratulate the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Department of Immigration on the new e-passport. We'll touch on that in later presentations, but just to say it is impressive, and I think we can only go up from here. Madam Speaker, on this bill, we rise in support. I will say that we have questions because, as the representative and my colleague has just called out, I think it has been, or both colleagues have just called out, it's been very clear that the people of Belize want to resolve this issue of this claim. It's been hanging over us. But my question is, in the initial ICJ referendum education campaign, and we did go back and look, Madam President, I did not see reference, and crave your indulgence, the young leaders. How many of you know that Guatemala is claiming more than half of the country? Raise your hand. How many of you know that in the Honduran constitution, they also claim part of Belize? One. Excellent. I make that point because I think it was a missed opportunity before the first vote to also call out such a critical aspect of what we're dealing, because as Senator Herrera has just called out, it is a matter that we want definitive and decisive resolution to the Belize-Guatemala issue, to Guatemala's claim to Belize. And I do not think, as we have been advised, that we want to end this motion, this matter before the court, only to have to go back to address the Honduran claim. And my question then, on behalf of those I represent, is why didn't we take the opportunity in that, as we now know, very expensive campaign effort to make sure that that was addressed to the Belizean people? Because Rudy Day that we find out that all of a sudden part of our southern waters becomes a disputed territory. And all of a sudden then we have to worry about how we will navigate that until there is resolution in the court. So if that is a question that indeed differs from what we have been advised, then I would really want to hear the response to that scenario that has been presented to us. Because, and I think the young people's response to the question is a fair poll, that on average, many Belizeans do not know that that has existed since 1982. And if this is an opportunity to tread in a way that gets us what we want at the end of this process, then we as the non-governmental representatives support resolution of this, because we want that when this is over, not a blade of grass and the whole rest of it is disputed or is unquestioned and being Belize, and the Belize that we know it to be, and the sovereign nation that we know it to be today as Belize. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Bishop Moses Bengage.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I rise to speak on the motion before us as to the Pact of Bogota. Let me first of all take the opportunity to again congratulate my good friend Luke Martinez as he sits here again representing the unions. It's always good to have you and to be able to converse with you not only in the Senate but out of the Senate whenever advice
is needed. So welcome back. Madam President, I also want to take the opportunity to, like other senators, congratulate Senator Courtney, leader of government business, on a very efficient rollout of the e-passport this morning. I must add, however, as I indicated to him, that it is important, though there are some states in the United States, as was mentioned, where the rollout will take place and where it will come into effect immediately. I did share with him that it is important to also ensure that we consider at least at one territory in the Caribbean. And I speak to that personally because I am involved in that area, and from time to time, with my own family, we're affected in one way or the other. And so, Senator, I want you to take that into consideration. Congratulations also to the students who are a part of the youth parliament of our country. And I particularly want to, excuse me, but I particularly, while I congratulate all of you, I have to congratulate the leader of the person who will represent the Belize Council of Churches and the evangelicals in that youth parliament. And I will try to make sure that I conduct myself that you certainly will pay much attention. But if I'm not mistaken, and if my glasses is clean enough, I think I see a young man from Wesley College. Is that correct? Madam President, I'm very proud of him that we could be represented. I said we could be represented here this morning. And so congratulations to you and congratulations to all of you as you share this morning. Madam President, as I stand here, one of the things that I particularly take note of is this whole question, this whole unresolved question of Guatemala claim to Belize. And growing up as a young man from 1981 and becoming an adult, having listened to national leaders in the past and having done enough research and reading on the whole issue of Guatemala's claim to Belize, I have often wondered, why is it that we seem so divided on this matter instead of trying to come together? Madam President, you will excuse me, I just want to mention one thing about coming together. And you will put me in my place otherwise, if I say otherwise. But I'm particularly concerned because when we speak to things of this nature, we seem so divided. We come to a national celebration such as the 21st, and I'm not throwing stones on one side or the other. I'm particularly concerned that even on a national 21st, when we should be united together, political speeches are heard, and we have invited guests from abroad, and that is what we engaged in. I'm particularly concerned. But on this matter, I thought that perhaps it was something easy for us to be able to speak to and for us to be able to agree on, as it involves perhaps something that will be signed on behalf of Belize. Why is it? And I have heard that perhaps maybe we should consider sharing with the Belize people. But from where I stand, I think enough sharing has been done, enough information. And while I will admit that perhaps even for the youth parliamentarians, they might have to do some homework on the Belize Guatemala issue, as I have been doing, I take note of what was said earlier as the leader of government business made his presentation. And I think he outlined some very important things. And one of the things was mentioned by one of the senators, that even with the previous administration, there was some level of information that was there before, as it involves the Honduras and Zapadilla Keys issue. And I beg to perhaps maybe be informed, was there something there before that perhaps should have been followed up at that time? And why is it now that at this point in time, this present government have to take up the issue? Madam President, it is important to note that I say all that because I think it should be a collective thing with all of us working together. Let not something of this nature separate and divide us. And I'm using that in a sense that perhaps we should come to some level of agreement. That, and as I said before, that I want to believe that something was known previously by the other administration. That something must have been in place, Senator.
Senator, I remind you of Standing Order 40. If you could please maintain your silence when a senator is speaking.
I don't believe, Madam President, that the leader of government business would just bring up something like that overnight. I really don't believe it. And I believe that he has done due diligence and enough homework on this issue. I respect him enough to also recognize that there is a process that he would like to ensure is streamlined and one move into another. I also want to believe that even before, he would have been cognizant of the fact that this is something which will benefit Belize. And for me, Madam President, Belize comes first from where I sit. Belize comes first. The sovereignty of Belize comes first. And we must all collectively, we will have our disagreements and perhaps there are some things that need to be ironed out here and there. But it is important for us, Belizeans all, to be able to work together. And I believe, Madam President, that I can stand here and support the motion based on the fact that I have heard, I have done enough research in the past, and I stand here as a church representative to support what is before us. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Luke Martinez.
Pleasant good morning, and thank you very much, Madam President. And of course, we want to congratulate the students who are here this morning, our future parliamentarians. And I won't refer to you all as future leaders. You are leaders already, and ensure to be trailblazing leaders, right? Set your own path. Don't walk the same direction where some of our leaders have walked and where some of them are walking now. The National Trade Union Congress also want to take this opportunity to congratulate the students at BHS for making such a grand achievement for Belize in innovation and education. That is high priority, and we hope that next year the government could finance other scholars to participate in such a wonderful initiative. So it shows that we do have the requisite talent in this country with the limited resources that are available to us. So huge congratulations to the students and to the staff and the management of BHS. Madam President, we shouldn't be coming to this Honorable Senate, Madam President, to be asking questions. The National Trade Union Congress has a one-line scratch record, and that is meaningful consultation, timely consultation. For us to come this morning, Madam President, and pretend as if we don't know, especially if you are Senator 24th, and directly to you, former Minister, Government, and former Attorney General, who was and probably is still directly involved in the process. What going on this morning? Can play Christopher Columbus? But
Senator Luke Martinez, Senator Luke, I ask that you address the chair and not the individual senator.
Madam President, we have to, Madam President, call a spade a spade. The hypocrisy, Madam President, of all of the past attorney generals, ridiculous, Madam President. Honduras have this thing in their constitution from 1982. Yes, discussions, and that is a concern that we have. Our leaders,
Senator Michael Perfy.
Our leaders,
Senator Michael Perfy.
Our leaders.
Kindly, Senator Luke, one moment, please. Senator
Sure.
Perfy, kindly be reminded of Sunday for the 40. Thank you. You may
Madam
proceed,
President,
Senator.
the call is not only to our past leaders, Madam President. It is also to our current leaders, every single one. When we are aware of some of these very critical decisions that we need to make as a country, and especially, as the senator said earlier, us are up for losing a grain of grass or a piece of sand. Madam President, we can't be secret with these things, Madam President. We cannot be secret with these things. The former administration spent millions of dollars on a referendum. It can't be, it cannot be that we were not aware, especially given that we've been making submissions to the ICJ, especially given that we have attorneys, this government, previous government, this government, the government of Belize, Madam President, continue to spend millions of dollars on these international attorneys. And I'm sure that an attorney would exercise his or her due diligence and share with us some of the cons and pros of our case. And if the attorneys didn't bring to our attention the Honduras issue, then maybe the government have to sue the attorney. And if we're not using the same attorneys, then try to see how we could bring those attorneys and take them to court for misrepresentation if that's the case. But when you're representing someone, Madam President, You have to ensure that you're doing the necessary research and you present to your client. I'm not an attorney, I'm a layman, but you have to present. You must, Madam President, express those representations to your client. And if we are aware of it, then we have to ensure that we do what we need to do to safeguard the interests of our country. Of course, if we were to end up in courts with Honduras, the National Trade Union Congress definitely is from one time, honorable leader of government business, the sensitization. We must sensitize our people. It can't be that just the people in the cabinet know what is happening. That shouldn't be. No, it can't be either we know or we don't know. We must know. It can't be secret. We cannot be secret with these type of information, Madam President. Especially when you go to your people and you ask them to make a decision. That's why from the beginning, we should have done so. Of course it is an issue. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 10.8, I move that the proceedings and the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Madam President, first of all, it is unfortunate what has happened here today. As every senator, social partners have said, this is a matter of national importance. It is a matter on which our patriotic duty should have brought all Belizeans together. It is a matter on which the opposition ought to make common cause with the government. Senator Chanona asked the question, why was the Honduras issue not featured prominently during the campaign for the referendum? It was echoed by Senator Martinez, Senator Benguche. The only person in this chamber who has an obligation and a duty to answer that question is the Honorable Senator Michael Perifit, who championed the referendum, championed a yes vote, and presented to the Belizean people an argument, want to remember this? Ironclad. You remember this? Slam dunk. Be quiet. Madam President, the answer to the question lies with those who were the architects and ran the campaign for the referendum in 2019. I will not today grandstand like others and come here and pretend and fake ignorance. Madam President, members of this Honorable Senate, Belizeans, students, it is an incontrovertible fact that the Honorable Michael Perifit represents the United Democratic Party on the Belize, Guatemala issue. He has had access to all the research. He has had access to all the advice. He has attended every single meeting. He knows very well. He and I have been instructed by our legal team not to disclose certain things because it would prejudice the national interests of Belize. So to come here and to grandstand in circumstances where he knows that I cannot disclose the advice that we have received, where he knows that there's information that we have in our joint possession that we cannot disclose, is regrettable, because he is giving the Belizean people the impression that the People's United Party has one view and the United Democratic Party has another view, and that is not so. Late in the day, as always, late in the day, after we gone to London, meet with the lawyers, meet with them per Zoom, do all the research, read all the papers, exchange email, exchange WhatsApp, everybody agree on the way forward. All of a sudden, somebody say,
I asked Senator Michael Perfeet, I asked Senator Perfeet, if you have a point of order, then you stand on that point of order.
President, I never said that I was willing to join in back to Bogota.
Do you have a point of order? Senator Perfeet. Senator Perfeet, if you have a point of order, then you raise it. If you don't, then I ask that you keep your seat. Leader of Government Business, you may continue.
Madam President, I don't know what type of debility the Honorable Senator is suffering. I have never said that he agreed to sign or ratify the Pact of Bogota. I haven't reached there yet. I said, and I repeat, listen carefully and try to understand. All the research, all the meetings, all the legal advice, all the emails, you were a party to it.
Yes.
And we agreed, Madam President, we agreed that Belize's case in the ICJ would be prejudiced if we do not go against Honduras. Madam President, I am not at liberty to disclose the legal reasons for that, and Senator Perfeet is aware of that. What I want to do is to read from the script that has been approved by our lawyers on this matter. Madam President, this is a matter of national importance. Honorable Senator Perfeet, the United Democratic Party, campaigned for the final resolution of the dispute. The people voted 55 to 44 to have that done. Senator Perfeet is aware of the legal difficulty that we confront. I will say no more on it. Madam President, with your permission, and quite frankly, Senator Martinez, Senator Bengoshe, Senator Chanona, Senator Herrera, the issues that you raise of why now, the issues that you raise of why was this not fully ventilated are indeed relevant. But those who were the leaders should explain. But we are where we are. And Senator Perfeet has in his possession legal advice on what to do. With your permission, Madam President.
Mr. Name.
The opposition knows what the stakes are. They know that if we do not use the Pact of Bogota to have the Honduras claim to the Zapatillas resolved at the ICJ, given the indications that Honduras will seek to intervene and express its claim to the Zapatillas, the strong risk now is that the court will not delimit all the maritime areas pertaining to Belize, and that it might even not determine Belize's sovereignty over the Zapadilla Keys as against Guatemala. Madam President, what I am reading, is approved by the attorneys that are advising us for public consumption, and I will repeat it. The opposition knows what the stakes are. They know that if we do not use the Pact of Bogota to have the Honduran claim to the Zapatillas resolved at the ICJ, given the indications that Honduras will seek to intervene and express its claim to the Zapatillas, the strong risk now is that the court will not delimit all the maritime areas pertaining to Belize, and that it might even not determine Belize's sovereignty over the Zapadilla Keys as against Guatemala. They also know, the opposition, because they were in government when the special agreement was signed and when the question to be put to the people in the referendum was decided, that if we do not resolve Honduras's claim, we will not be able to comply with the mandate of the special agreement, nor with the decision taken by the Belizean voters to, quote, determine finally the boundaries of the respective territories and areas of the parties, end of quote. By refusing to support the initiative to get rid of the Honduran claim, they are violating the will of the people which they promoted and got the people's approval for, to submit to the ICJ for final settlement any legal claim of Guatemala against Belize relating to land and insular territories and to any maritime areas pertaining to these territories.
Senator Perfeet, again. Senator Perfeet, I asked if you have an interruption. You do so in accordance with the standing orders that specifies for that. You may proceed, Leader.
Much obliged, Madam President. In the circumstances that have now developed in light of the position of Honduras, protecting such a final settlement requires having the Honduras claim definitively resolved. The government has commissioned an independent legal study to determine whether there is an obligation or need for the matter of joining the Pact of Bogota or of filing a case against Honduras to be submitted to a referendum. The conclusion is that there is no such obligation. Indeed, if we were to hold a referendum on this matter, it would be totally counterproductive, because it would remove the possibility of our getting rid of the Honduras claim in time for the court to resolve that claim before finally deciding on Guatemala's claim. In effect, it would be subverting the will of the people expressed in the referendum of finally resolving all of Guatemala's continental, insular, and maritime claims. We therefore, Madam President, we on this side, appeal to the United Democratic Party to act in accordance with its duty to protect and preserve the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Belize. Give Belize a chance to win what it has never had and what it has struggled for since 1950, a sovereignty and territorial integrity that is recognized by all its neighbors and that it is furthermore sanctioned by the highest international court. Before resuming my seat, I will respond to one complaint by Senator Perfeet and explain to the Belizean people the difficulties that we have. Senator Perfeet is well aware, Madam President, because of advice that we have received about the timing when Honduras is made to know what we're doing. He's well aware of it. And he kept the confidence. On the 29th of September, I contacted Senator 24th, and I said, is it true that the United Democratic Party is now calling for a referendum on this issue? And he said to me, that is the position of the United Democratic Party. I have the WhatsApp. Madam President, you know what is interesting? And this is why I told him this morning. On my way to Belmopan this morning, I informed Senator 24th that this motion will be brought this morning. You know what is curious? By the time I reach Belmopan, the media say, I have a question for you. I have a question for you. Is it true you're all going to the ICJ with Honduras? We were advised, Madam President, not to make this matter public for certain legal reasons until today. The minute Senator 24th found out, it was made public. I say again, Madam President, when we act in the interest of the Belizean people, and when
Senator 24th, again, I remind you of Standing Order 40. If you ask that you please maintain your silence while another senator is speaking.
I hope the students are watching the behavior. I say again, Madam President, when we are called to do our duty in the interest of the Belizean people, and from time to time, confidence is asked for, do not make things public. There is a reason for it. It is regrettable that this morning we have witnessed what we have witnessed. I close by thanking the social partner senators who have taken a mature and sober approach to this issue and have offered their support, having been convinced, based on their briefing and based on the advice that we have received, that this is a prudent way to finally bring to an end the unfounded claim by Guatemala to Belizean territory. I thank you, Madam President.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas Belize is a member of the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the bank, and the International Finance Corporation, the IFC, both being institutions under the World Bank Group, and whereas the Board of Governors of the IBRD, the bank, on the 1st of October 2018 adopted Resolution 663 and Resolution 664, which approve an increase in the authorized capital stock of the bank to enable the bank to support additional lending for development priorities of its member countries. And whereas similarly Resolutions 271 and 272 were also adopted in 2018, which approve an increase in the authorized capital stock of the IFC, and whereas in accordance with Resolutions 663 and 664, Belize is required to subscribe to 53 allocated GCI shares and 7 allocated SCI shares of the bank, 2 expressed in the United States dollars at the rate of Belize $120,635 per share, amounting to a total of US $7,238,100. And whereas in addition and in accordance with Resolution 271 and 272, Belize is required to subscribe to 382 allocated GCI shares and 578 allocated SCI shares for the IFC, expressed in United States dollars at the rate of $1,000 per share, amounting to a total of US $960,000. And whereas Belize is required to make payment in the amount of US $2,289,397,070 for the bank and the IFC additional capital shares, which represents the paid-in capital stock for the bank and the total amount for the IFC. And whereas the total remaining amount of US $5,908,702 is in callable capital stock and is payable if and when called by the bank. And whereas the payment deadlines for the paid-in capital portion of the US $2,289,397.70 are as follows. 1st October 2023 to the bank, $1,329,397.70. 15 April 2023 for the IFC shares totaling US 578,000, 15 April 2025 for the IFC shares totaling 382,000. And whereas there is no specific provision in the International Financial Organization's Article 265 of the substantive laws of Belize or any other law to enable the Minister of Finance to subscribe to such shares or make such contribution, and whereas consequently the government of Belize is desirous of obtaining the approval of the National Assembly by way of a resolution for the three subscription and payment of Belize's additional GCI and SCI allocated shares of the bank and the IFC, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the above-mentioned additional capital subscriptions will be beneficial to the interests of Belize in achieving better development outcomes, authorizes the Minister of Finance to sign the instruments of subscription and all other related documents and make payments before the indicated deadlines to give effect to both the bank and the IFC capital subscriptions.
I recognize Senator Michael Perry.
Thank you, Madam President, and I'm glad Senator Cowie, decided to stay and forego his lunch. Minister, the World Bank is broke. Well, I'm more sacrificing me than This is not reserves, this is space. The World Bank, they go broke. Please, Minister Cowie, say it ain't so. And the World Bank, they go broke. World Bank, one of the biggest organizations in the world, which can only be led by an American, as the IMF, it seems, can only be led by a European. Then they go broke. And so Belize has to help to bail out the World Bank. And why are we the rush to bailing out for? We supposedly, according to this motion, owe them from 2018. I'm not aware that anybody is running down our back. We're not paying them nothing. One of the most worthless organizations you could find, who have never done anything to benefit this country in any real way. They give you a loan for 25 million and 15 million is for consultants that they have to hire. And we are bailing them out. Look, listen. This is what this motion is, you know, Madam President. I don't know. We should have told them we don't have a law to pay them. Prime Minister should say, I don't have no law will authorize me to pay you, because it says here, there is no specific provision in the International Financial Organizations Act to authorize the Minister of Finance to pay these shares. But we are fighting to keep the World Bank alive. Well, if the World Bank, they go broke, who do you think of Belize? So, let me get this right, Minister. The first whereas, Minister Courtney said I'm absent for law school. I'm definitely absent for math school. And whereas, in accordance with Resolution 663 and 664, Belize is required to subscribe to 53 allocated GCI shares and 7 allocated SCI shares for the IBRD, 2 expressed in Belizean dollars at the rate of $120,000 plus per share, amounting to a total of $7.2 million. Plus the 960,000 US, am I correct? Plus the next paragraph, 2.2 million, am I correct? So 7.2 million plus almost another million, plus 2.2 million more, and that $5.9 million in callable shares, do you add that to that? You don't add it. So what's the total? What's the total we have to pay them? What's the total here? Totaling 1,300,000, and that's the total that we have to pay? Total is 2.2 million. All right. Couple million. We could use that, Minister. We can't use a couple million. The amount that we have borrowed from the World Bank. They can't write off $2 million, man. We have to pass legislation to fight and pay for the World Bank to stay alive. Imagine that. For the World Bank to stay alive. You fly past your nest, sit down, this above you. The World Bank has to be bailed out. Let the world know, let Belizean people know. The World Bank has to be bailed out by countries like Belize. Because the World Bank, in true mafia style, you tell Belize, listen to me, you need to subscribe to some shares, you know. You don't have no choice. Because we, the World Bank, need money. How many other countries are doing this? How many countries have paid up their callable shares or have increased or paid the increased share capital that they're being forced to pay? And have they paid? And in economic times like this, we're coming out of a pandemic. Fuel is at an all-time high. And I know Senator Martinez will say I should have known about this. No, you get some information from the World Bank that we got in 2018, and we proudly say, boss, we know they move no mountains to pay you no money. Your homework. So now we come now, Minister Curry, sorry.
That's not even funny.
Please, man, explain to these people that we need all the breaks we can get. Tell these people that even if there's some, but then again to them, we don't have nuclear weapons. And so when they threaten us, I guess we have to listen. And I guess it could affect our ratings, and you go from B to C or to D or whatever, and then it makes you, I understand all of that. But the Belizean people have to know that when we are struggling in this current economy, the World Bank is calling us to bail them out, like they are too big to fail. Well, make them failing. But the Belizean people, we need every penny we could get our hands on for our economy. You know what we could do with $2 million in Belize, Madam President? The World Bank can't wipe that off, man. And we come here to pass laws so we can pay them. I understand there may be an obligation, I understand there may be pressures. But can't some team be sent? Can't some negotiation take place? We just restructured a bond, you're just trying to get our finances in order according to the government. And now we have to bail out one of the people and we're supposed to bail we out. We have to bail out one of the people who are supposed to be in charge of making sure our economy comes roaring back. And one of the organizations that's in charge, supposedly to help us grow our economy, they themselves are saying, but we need to drop the water. We need UNO to bail we out. So I say, Madam President, we know how the vote will go, but my gosh, do we ever get a break? And it is interesting that we come now to have to try and pay money to the World Bank. That even sound correct. Money don't go so, money goes so. And so I cannot support the motion because I will not support paying money for no World Bank. Make them figure it out. Make them sort it out themselves. Make them restructure just like how we had to restructure. Let them, you know what the World Bank and the IMF like tell you, because they're not, two sisters, you know, Madam President. What they call it, the Bretton Woods institutions. They're not sister. We need to tell the IMF and tell the World Bank what they like to tell us. Tighten on the belt. Restructure on our organization. Fire some people. retrench some people from their big office who have the Washington, D.C. and all over the world, and stop trying to squeeze Belize for a couple $1 million. It is on that basis, Madam President, that I will never support voting for any money in this National Assembly to help no World Bank. And that's my position, Madam President. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Chris Cowie.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this motion and to respond to the comments of the leader representing the opposition. A couple points of clarification. And I respectfully, I would like to say that, Senator, I know you know better. You really do know better. I mean, all right. The World Bank, I'm not here to speak in favor of the World Bank. The World Bank and their figures can speak for themselves. That their bonds are AAA rated. It's not a question of a bailout. It's a question of a decision that was made, a policy decision made 4 years ago, or thereabouts, to increase the capital so that the bank can leverage that capital far more to reach its member countries and support their development priorities. So, for example, the World Bank has paid in capital of roughly $26 billion. It actually has loans out there of over $600 billion. So by increasing capital, it's able to leverage up more so it can lend more to its members. The World Bank, and I'm sure the Senator knows all of this stuff. The World Bank, actually, amongst the multilateral development banks, is the cheapest lender of all of them. Unfortunately, under the past administration, I don't know if they were paying attention, but they were going to the most expensive one. What we're looking at is how do we reduce our cost of capital as a government, as a responsible government? How do we make sure we're paying the lowest that we should be paying? World Bank is one of those institutions that provides capital at the lowest possible rate that we can get. Since this administration has come into office, it has administered, and I would say under the past administration, they were able to get a loan facility from the World Bank for the Philip Golson Highway. Due to COVID, well, those monies were available, or made available, but were never utilized. So when the COVID pandemic hit, those funds were shifted over into the use for social protection, partially under the UDP administration, and then under this current administration. $23 million was actually utilized for social protection under this administration. Now, subsequent to that, this administration has been able to get roughly $70 million from the World Bank, or 62 million, I should say. 50 million for support of the agricultural sector and improving agricultural productivity. That 50 million alone is actually leveraging or combining and mobilizing another $30 to $40 million from participating financial institutions in Belize, as well as contributions by beneficiary farmers and cooperatives. So that 50 million low-cost money will actually mobilize upwards of $80 million. We are also successful in securing a $12 million facility from the World Bank for COVID vaccines, reimbursing what we had already paid for COVID vaccines. So those are just a couple of examples of the benefits of what we have already accrued from having World Bank as a partner in development. As we have had discussions with them last week, they appreciate and acknowledge that we now have a renewed connection, and they have an excitement about Belize, about how they can contribute to our development. Now, in connection with the IFC, that's the International Finance Corporation, that is their private sector arm. I want to use a little bit of an analogy in terms of similar structure in the IDB group. The IDB has their lending arm that lends to the public sector, but they also have a private sector arm, the IDB Invest, that lends to the private sector of Belize. A few years ago, IDB Invest had no loans whatsoever into the Belize private sector. Now, there's roughly $100 million US in loans in key sectors, including finance, the banking sector, the sugar, electricity, and others. Those are monies that are actually reflect foreign direct investment into our country, substantial foreign direct investment into our country. That reflects confidence in Belize, confidence in our economy, confidence in our government. That is what this private, this opportunity that exists, that's what can happen when we develop these relationships. So in the case of IDB Invest, those are monies that the government owes. None of that is on government's books. Those are monies that are being invested into the development of our economy through the private sector. In a similar fashion, as we are building this relationship with World Bank and the IFC, IFC currently doesn't have any loans in Belize. IFC has been around, and we have been a member of IFC for decades, yet we have not been able to attract investment in our private sector by way of the IFC. That is soon to change. I'm confident in saying that where we are at this point in time, we have keen interest both on the World Bank side and on the IFC side in investment in energy, in the electricity sector, renewable energy transition, energy storage. That is where the direction that we see that will help to improve our economy and diversify our economy. This is the relationship, these types of relationships bring those benefits to us. So in terms of looking at the particulars of this investment, what we are looking at is roughly $2.2 million. Senator Perfy did speak of a total of roughly 7.2 plus the 960, call it $8 million. Of that 8 million, it's only the 2.2 million that we are required to invest. The remaining amount is known as callable shares, callable capital. So we don't have to pay that at any time now, but we do have to pay in the event that there is a call on that capital in the future. That is one of the areas where I should mention the G20 recently did a report back in July of this year on the risk-taking of the MDBs. And these MDBs, being World Bank being one of them, all these MDBs have the top ratings, AAA rated. In the case of Belize, we are at B. They are AAA. They are more highly rated than us. And what is identified is that they're not taking enough risk. And part of the reason that they're not taking enough risk is because this callable capital, in effect, represents capital, but they are not taking advantage of that capital and investing or lending on the basis of the overall capital of these MDBs. So part of what we're doing here is not only capitalizing World Bank, but we're participating in the overall transformation of these multilateral development banks so that they can invest and lend more, not only for development, but for climate resiliency building. Critical components, particular for countries, small vulnerable countries like Belize, that need, in the case of Belize, roughly 70% of our GDP to become climate resilient. So these are critical components for the overall adjustment or change in the global financial architecture of which we are a part. So I think it is, for us, important that we support this motion. Thank you.
Excellent presentation. I also want to congratulate Senator Cowie and his team in the Ministry of Finance for the excellent work that they're doing. The only problem, Senator Cowie, is after that professorial presentation, I don't think student pair of feet understand what you say. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is, now, therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the above-mentioned additional capital subscriptions would be beneficial to the interests of Belize in achieving better development outcomes, authorizes the Minister of Finance to sign the instruments of subscription and all other related documents and make payments before the indicated deadlines to give effect to both the IBRD and the IFC capital subscription. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas the revised constitutive agreement of the Mundo Maya organization was signed by Belize on the 30th of June 2022 in Copan Ruinas, Honduras, and whereas the Mundo Maya organization is an important and strategic association for Belize, the revised constitutive agreement aligns with the organization's objectives and activities and signifies a revitalization of the organization. And whereas the government of Belize is desirous of ratifying the agreement pursuant to Article 17 of the agreement, and whereas Section 61A(2)(a) of the Belize Constitution, as amended by the Belize Constitution 6th Amendment Act, provides that the Senate shall authorize the ratification of any treaty by the government of Belize. Now therefore be it resolved that the Honorable Senate authorizes the government of Belize to ratify the revised constitutive agreement of the Mundo Maya organization, a full text of which is here to annex.
I recognize Senator Janelle Tanona.
Good afternoon. Just to follow up on this motion, Madam President, we just wanted a summary of what exactly the revised technical and administrative documents stipulations are, and what that means for Belize, and if we can maintain, I would say discretion, our discretion for certain projects that may be promoted under this, in case they don't align with our priorities for Mundo Maya tourism promotion and activities. We accede that there might be some jadedness to this, but we just want to be clear in terms of what this treaty under this revised agreement looks like and will mean for the future. Thank you.
Madam President, I don't have to hand today here the documents that requested by Senator Chanona, but I undertake to have them presented to her. I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I move that whereas a protocol relating to the Madrid Agreement concerning the international registration of marks 1989, hereinafter called the protocol, entered into force on the first day of December 1995, and whereas the objective of the protocol is to inter alia simplify the international registration process of businesses and innovators by obtaining trademark protection by filing one single international application. And whereas the government of Belize is desirous of acceding to the protocol pursuant to Article 14.2, and to so state the government of Belize's declaration and regulations in accordance with Articles 5.2b and 8.7a and Rules 7.2 and 20 bis 6b under the protocol. And whereas Section 61A2A of the Belize Constitution, as amended by the Belize Constitution, 6th Amendment Act, provides that the Senate shall authorize the accession to any treaty by the government of Belize. Now therefore be it resolved that the Honorable Senate authorizes the government of Belize to accede to the protocol along with its stated declarations and regulations, a full text of each is annexed here too. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, with your permission, could we take the next two bills together, the Constitution Amendment and the Senior Courts Bill?
Permission granted.
Much obliged. Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Belize Constitution, Chapter 4 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to establish the Senior Courts of Belize and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. And I move the second reading of a bill for an act to repeal and replace the Supreme Court of Judicature Act, Chapter 91 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and the Court of Appeal Act, Chapter 90 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for new positions within the judiciary to assist in the functioning and administration of the senior courts, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, colleagues, the purpose of these two pieces of legislation is, as it says, to replace the dichotomy that we have and to fuse the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal into what will now become the High Court. I start by saying, Madam President, that this bill is modeled very much on the basis of what exists in the Eastern Caribbean as well as Jamaica. Those were the two models that were used to come up with the Belizeanized version of the new Senior Courts Bill. Madam President, this is a step, a major step in the reform that has been promised by the Brazilian administration in the judiciary with a view to increasing efficiency and with a view to making the courts more accessible to Belizeans. The Belize Constitution 12th Amendment Bill 2022 abolishes the Supreme Court as we know it and the Court of Appeal and creates the senior courts, and that has in it, as I said, both the High Court of Justice and the Court of Appeal. It also provides, Madam President, for a Chief Justice who is going to be the head of the judiciary, and therefore the Chief Justice will be just that, in charge of the Court of Appeal and the High Court, so that those two will be led by the Chief Justice. It gives me the opportunity to say, Madam President, that the recruitment, which was done on the advice of a recruiting committee, one of the things that was looked at when a new Chief Justice was being recruited was someone who had some familiarity with this style of court, where the Court of Appeal and the High Court are brought together into one court. And the current Chief Justice, Madam Justice Belmopan, spent her entire professional life as a judge in the Eastern Caribbean and is therefore very familiar with the structure. And we are hoping that she will be able to assist with the implementation in a most efficient way. Madam President, I just want to make a few comments on the senior courts bill and highlight, first of all, the creation of the office of the master. And the master is a person, not necessarily a man, but a person who will be able to hear applications which are not held in open court. These are what lawyers call interlocutory or interim applications, which are usually not very complicated, but which, instead of sending it to a judge, you will have somebody that has judicial authority that can deal with it in chambers and move along the process. So where you have a case, there may be many applications within the big case. The judge maintains control of the case, but the interim and interlocutory applications can be heard by the master whilst the judge is actually sitting trying a different case and actually using judicial time to try a case, whilst the other cases that are coming up in the pipeline are being managed by masters. I point out again, Madam President, the creation of the judicial assistants. And judicial assistants are persons who will have the training and expertise to assist the judges doing research, doing administration, etc., to allow the judge to spend more time on judging and less on administration, less on doing some of the research and in, doing the formatting of their judgments and things like that. I can say, as a matter of fact, that in the Eastern Caribbean, when I was a judge in the Court of Appeal in the Eastern Caribbean, this was a facility that was available to us and was extremely beneficial for any points of interest or things that you wanted done. The judicial assistants were available to do that. The purpose, again, I emphasize, is to allow the judges to be judging whilst the cases are moving with the assistance of judicial assistants or masters. I also want to point out, Madam President, the capacity of the courts, or the now senior courts, to sit in districts. Up until now, primarily, all sittings on the criminal side of the court will have sittings in the northern session, central session, in the south. Now, on the civil side, i.e., if you are from, let's say, Dangriga, or if you are from Orange Walk Town, your civil case will be able to be tried in your district rather than all cases having to come to the Belize City Supreme Court. That is us delivering justice to the people and taking access to the Belizean people on the civil side. Madam President, the core of the bill is taking the Supreme Court with all its jurisdictions under the Supreme Court of Judicature Act with some amendments, some modernizing of it, and all the provisions in the Court of Appeal Act and modernizing it, fusing them together and creating the senior courts. And so most attorneys will be very familiar with most of the provisions in the law, but it is bringing the two courts together, having a new Chief Justice with bigger powers, having a registrar, a chief registrar, and deputy registrars, having judges in charge of the criminal side and the civil side to assist the Chief Justice in the administration of the work, all designed to make access to justice easier and the delivery of justice more efficient. So I commend the two bills to this Honorable Senate. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Michael Murphy.
I support, sorry.
Yes, Madam President. Madam President, if I have one issue with the constitutional amendment, but hey, if you want to try a different way or to mix things into the system and rename the court, well, let's give that part a try. I mean, nothing essentially has really changed. You just have, like the minister said, master, chief registrar, and registrar, deputy registrars. So you have more people, more bureaucracy in the system, and hopefully, if each person is doing his or her job, then it should work ideally under that system. But it's not that you won't have case management anymore, pre-trial review anymore. Just have more people doing it, so supposedly it moves faster. But there's been no real earth-shattering change in what we do. If you look at Section 21, you may read this thing, Colette? You read it good? Section 21. Subject to rules of court and to any other law relating thereto, all officers of the court and their successors in office shall perform in connection with the court or with the judges duties similar or analogous to those performed by them before the commencement of this act. So people will just continue to do what they were doing before, and new people will be brought in to take charge of some of the work that people used to do before. But there is no real change in that day-to-day working of the court and the judicial system, and hopefully, as you have more people doing more things indeed, we could get judges ruling faster and moving quicker to have people know the outcome of their cases. There will be though, Madam President, and I heard the Prime Minister mention it in the House, and I'm sure the Minister of State will repeat that if he speaks, that, well, naturally you'll have a bigger bureaucracy, there'll be more costs. There'll be more people to pay, more things to do, and the court already needed financing, and they will now need more. And so I anticipate that for the new budget, then clearly you will have to have a bigger budget for the court to anticipate these changes you want to make. Fine, no problem. There is, though, Madam President, an issue I have with the Chief Justice's position. And maybe, just maybe, I don't know, I was making an argument with an attorney friend of mine, and I was basically told that I'm not sophisticated enough to appreciate certain things. Well, you know what, Madam President? Some people too cute for me. And so, if you look at this law, and I'm explaining this to a non-lawyer, and I don't mean that in any other way like somebody will have to explain to me about electricity and plumbing and construction. This is how this new act reads in terms of the office of the Chief Justice. And this is where I don't think it's that similar to the Eastern Caribbean situation, in law at least. There shall be for Belize, Section 94, the senior courts, which shall be senior courts of record. The senior court shall consist of the Court of Appeal and the High Court of Justice. The Chief Justice shall be the head of the judiciary and the senior courts. So, the Chief Justice, Madam President, will be the boss of the two courts. That's the boss. The justices of the High Court shall be the Chief Justice, two senior High Court justices, and such number of other justices as may from time to time be prescribed by the National Assembly, which means that the Chief Justice will sit as a judge of the High Court, because that person shall be a member of the High Court as stated by this new Section 95. So the Chief Justice would be able, according to this amendment, to sit in court and hear a High Court case. If you look at Section 100, the justices of the Court of Appeal shall be the Chief Justice, by virtue of his office as head of the senior courts and head of the judiciary, a president, and such other number of justices as may be prescribed by the National Assembly. So, by this amendment in this Constitution, the Chief Justice has a right to sit on the High Court and hear a case. And because the Chief Justice would also be the boss of the Court of Appeal, the Chief Justice, the way this is written, has a right to sit down on the Court of Appeal and hear an appeal. Now, nobody would even jokingly suggest that the Chief Justice would hear a case in the High Court, make a ruling, and then go to the Court of Appeal and sit on appeal from a case that the Chief Justice, him or herself, have decided on. That we don't suspect that that will happen. But if you look at Section 3 of the Senior Courts Act, the Chief Justice shall be responsible for the direction, control, and administration of the senior courts. Direction, control, and administration of the senior courts, which, according to the interpretation section, includes the High Court and the Court of Appeal. Madam President, I do not support that, and I'll tell you why. You cannot have one individual with the ability to sit on two tiers of court, be the boss of both of them. Justice just doesn't have to be done, it has to seem to be done. You have a scenario where the Chief Justice, by this law, can sit in the High Court and hear a case, make a ruling. But because that Chief Justice is also the responsible for direction and control of the Court of Appeal, when those Court of Appeal judges sit and hear that appeal from the Chief Justice who made a decision in the High Court, they have to decide on a decision made by their boss. Madam President, that cannot fly. I would have wanted to see a provision in here that while the Chief Justice may be the boss of the High Court and the Court of Appeal, the Chief Justice would not be, for example, a Justice of the High Court, or would not be a Justice of the Court of Appeal. But the Chief Justice is a Justice of both courts. So now, you as a Belizean, you take a case to the High Court, and the Chief Justice makes a ruling against you in the High Court as a sitting justice. You go to the Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal agrees with the Chief Justice's decision. What is there to prevent somebody from saying, even if it's a solid decision and a solid upholding of the Chief Justice's position, for someone to say, but of course they have to affirm the decision of the High Court, the Chief Justice of the High Court, because that's their boss? Not only that, if you as the Chief Justice sit down and make a decision on a case, and you are in charge of direction and control of the Court of Appeal, and you manage it, because the way it looks now, the President of the Court of Appeal will just now be a highfalutin secretary. The Chief Justice is still the boss. And from my knowledge of how the Court of Appeal would work,
Limited knowledge.
Very limited knowledge, the Court of Appeal's president would be the one to decide who gets to sit or has some influence as to who sit on what appeal. According to this constitutional amendment, because the powers that are given to the Chief Justice also relate to the Court of Appeal, the Chief Justice has the authority to pick the judges who will hear an appeal from a case that she decided. That cannot fly. How can that fly? In the previous system, In the previous system, you had a scenario where the Chief Justice, notwithstanding being the Chief Justice, would not be higher or be the boss of any member of the Court of Appeal. That is why Justice Arana took the Court of Appeal position. She didn't think that the new Chief Justice would be higher than her. But the Court of Appeal would know that despite the fact that that's the Chief Justice, the Chief Justice still has no say over who would hear any appeal from that Chief Justice or how it would be arranged or administered in any way. There was a complete separation. Madam President, you do not have that separation. Constitution, Papa. Look at the amendment to the Constitution. I read it again. The justices of the Court of Appeal shall be the Chief Justice by virtue of his office as head of the senior courts and head of the judiciary. The Chief Justice shall be a justice of the appeal court with the ability to hear cases, and there is no proviso to say anything to that effect. 95, you want to read it again? The justices of the High Court shall be the Chief Justice and others. The Chief Justice has the right to sit on the two courts, the constitutional amendment, you know. Man, this Trump, that man. You know, Carcos? The Constitution trumped this. The Constitution is saying that the Chief Justice can sit on the two courts, under the bars of the two courts. That cannot be healthy for the administration of justice. There has to be some separation. And there is no separation here. Because while some people, Madam President, might be sophisticated and cute enough to say, oh, but that's not what will happen. What will happen is that the Chief Justice will not hear any matters in the High Court. The Chief Justice will only sit on an appellate court matter and be, but that's not what the Constitution says. The Constitution says that the new Chief Justice can sit on both courts and be the boss of both courts. That cannot happen. That cannot happen. And I think some amendment needs to be done to restrict the power of any Chief Justice, or to specifically restrict the power of that Chief Justice from hearing any matter or sitting as a justice in any one of the two courts. He cannot sit in two of them. And be specific to say that if he or she sits on the Court of Appeal, he or she cannot pick who will do cases on the High Court. If she sits in the High Court, she cannot determine who will be the justices on the Court of Appeal in any matter. In this case, that position, that person can do that because they are in direct control of both courts. Now, I don't know, when I read the cabinet paper issued by the government on this matter, the cabinet release indicated that the president of the court, the Chief Justice, kind of would be some administrative function in the Court of Appeal. But that's not what this is saying, Madam President. That's not what the Constitution is saying. I think that needs to be amended, and if that's amended, then let's give the new thing a try. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I think we were fortunate to have the Attorney General have 2 sessions with us in terms of explaining the senior courts bill, the proposed, the social partners, what did I say? Sorry. The social partner centers and other groups were in there as well. in terms of explaining where they were going with respect to the senior courts bill. The issue that Senator Perifeet raised was precisely the one that we had raised as well. We had some significant issues with respect to the apparent conflict that he pointed out so eloquently just now, with respect to the Chief Justice hearing a case at the High Court and the potential to hear that case as well at the Court of Appeal. It seems as if though there was an attempt to address that issue at paragraph 189.
He never reached that far. He reached about page 3.
So in section 189, Madam President, if I just may refer to it quickly. It says, notwithstanding that the Chief Justice has jurisdiction to hear and determine matters before the Court of Appeal, the Chief Justice shall not hear and determine a matter before the Court of Appeal if the Chief Justice presided over the matter when the matter was before the High Court. So I think there was an attempt to address the issue that we had raised. But I go back to what Senator Perifeet mentioned. While I think in fact it was addressed, I think there's still the appearance of a potential conflict because the Chief Justice can influence who hears a case at the Court of Appeals. And if it is in the Chief Justice's interest that a certain judge who might be more lenient or something on a case, he then can appoint that judge to hear the case in an attempt to influence a potential outcome. And so, like I said, while it may have been addressed, in fact, at section 1, paragraph 189, I still think, to a certain extent, the appearance of it, which may give rise to further appeal, possibly. And so if it is possible that that section maybe can be addressed somewhat so that there's no question with respect to with respect to the separations and the objectivity of that whole process, I think it would certainly strengthen the bill in my view. But the issue he raised was precisely the one that we had issues with during the consultation process. Thank you, Madam President. Apart from that, Madam President, we fully support it, and perhaps maybe that area can be strengthened a little.
Madam President, I want to start first of all by saying it is one thing to say that the Chief Justice has control of the High Court and the Court of Appeal. But we border on contempt when we suggest that by controlling both courts, that the Chief Justice can influence the outcome of a matter in the Court of Appeal. There is a fundamental difference, Madam President, between control of a court and control of a judge. You see, what Senator Perifeet didn't want to say is that the Chief Justice in UDP land would decide a case in one way in favor of one of their cronies, and when the matter is appealed, the UDP Chief Justice would then say, now let me look at these judges. Which of these three will support my judgment in favor of the UDP crony?
including someone influencing the outcome of decisions in the High Court.
Madam President, there was no point of order. He did not point to any standing order. He was the one who stood up, rant and rave for more than half hour. Give life to the saying, empty barrel make the most noise. Him. He was the one who said, because the section says that the Chief Justice controls the court and she controls the two courts, that she will influence the outcome in the Court of Appeal. Senator Herrera, who had the opportunity to read the whole bill, pointed out to Senator 24th Clause 189, which expressly prevents what you were implying could happen. I repeat, Madam President, it completely prevents what Senator 24th believed could happen.
Senator Michael 24th, again, Senator Michael 24th, I ask that you kindly be reminded of Standing Order 40 and to remain silent while another senator is speaking. Senator 24th, I will not speak of it again. Leader of Government Business, and I will ask that we try to keep the politics out of your presentation.
Madam President, Senator 24th was the person who stood up in this Senate and said, because the Chief Justice is in both courts, the Court of Appeal and the High Court, and because it provides that the Chief Justice shall control the courts, that, to use his word, there is a perception that she can control the outcome in an appeal because she would be able to select who are the judges who would sit on a matter that she sat on. That's what he said. Senator, try to contain yourself. Senator Herrera, who has never pretended to be a lawyer, was able to help and a lawyer of many years standing. Senator Herrera read Section 189, but after he read it, he understand it. He say read it, but obviously you don't understand it. Let me read it for you. Listen carefully, I'll go slowly, your pace. Notwithstanding that the Chief Justice has jurisdiction to hear and determine matters before the Court of Appeal, the Chief Justice shall not hear and determine a matter before the Court of Appeal if the Chief Justice presided over that matter when the matter was before the High Court. What you were implying could happen cannot happen according to law. Be quiet, man. Be quiet. Be quiet. As they say, man. Be quiet and be taught a fool and not open your mouth and remove all doubt. Madam President, I repeat, there is a difference between controlling a court and controlling judges. Let me be very clear. I have supreme confidence in the Chief Justice and supreme confidence in the judges of the Court of Appeal. To suggest, even as a matter of perception, that the Chief Justice would sit down and look at judges and try to pick one and not this one and not the other is disrespectful and bordering on contempt. But I go further. The machinery set up in the legislation provides for a chief registrar to be the registrar of the Court of Appeal. And it is a registrar in consultation with the president of the Court of Appeal, not the Chief Justice, the President of the Court of Appeal, who selects the judges, and Senator Perry knows that. He knows that the President of the Court of Appeal, in consultation with the registrar, sets the judges who sit on appeals. So there is no possibility in practice or in law for the Chief Justice to influence the outcome of any case that she sat on. Madam President, this bill advances the delivery of justice for the Belizean people, and I ask the Senate to support the bill. Thank you.
Honorable members, the questions are that the bill for an act to amend the Belize Constitution, Chapter 4 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to establish the senior courts of Belize and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time, and the bill for an act to repeal and replace the Supreme Court of Judicature Act, Chapter 91 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and the Court of Appeal Act, Chapter 90 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for new positions within the judiciary, to assist in the functioning administration of the senior courts, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Belize Constitution, Chapter 4 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to establish the senior courts of Belize and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Bill for an act to repeal and replace the Supreme Court of Judicature Act, Chapter 91 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and the Court of Appeal Act, Chapter 90 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for new positions within the judiciary to assist in the functioning administration of the senior courts and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Patents Act, Chapter 253 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to remove the seat of a Registrar of Intellectual Property from the Solicitor General, to provide for the appointment of a Registrar of Intellectual Property, to provide in the interest of administrative and operational efficiency for the offices of patent examiners, patent officers, trademark supervisor, trademark examiners, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, the bill is very straightforward. It is seeking to remove from the Solicitor General these powers and to put them actually where they belong.
I recognize Senator Michael Perfit.
Aye, Mike. Aye, man.
No, I'm trying, I rise, Madam President, to correct maybe a clerical error. Because I see something, I see something in here that you may want to remove, because your manifesto and your campaign said you would not be doing this very same thing. So I am assuming it's a mistake. Look at the amendment, Section 4 of the Principal Act is amended by repealing subsection 4 and substituting it with the following. The Deputy Registrar, Assistant Registrars, Patent Examiners, Patent Officers, Trademark Supervisors, and Trademarks Examiners shall perform such functions and exercise such powers as the Minister may, in writing, delegate to them from time to time. Man, uno say, uno no me want deal with ministerial interference. Take the Minister out, man. Why would you want to give the Minister these powers? Why would you want to give these, take, uno have to put in Minister in it?
The word called delegate.
Yeah. Look at it again. As the Minister delegate to them from time to time. But why you need to put the Minister there? So suppose the Minister not delegate nothing today.
Then stay with the powers they have.
Oh, and then all of these people have what function?
The Minister will delegate.
Oh, come on, man. Uno insist on everything on the pass has to have ministerial powers. Take it out. Take out ministerial interference, Madam President, and I will agree with the bill.
Madam President, I will be kind to you.
No, don't be kind.
Senator Perfit mistakenly did not read the word delegate. It is a very simple and beneficial provision. It is providing for the delegation of ministerial powers to these officers. Surely that is what Senator Perfit wants us to do. Remove the power from the minister and delegate it to these officers. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Patents Act, Chapter 253 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to remove the seat of Registrar of Intellectual Property from the Solicitor General, to provide for the appointment of a Registrar of Intellectual Property, to provide in the interest of administrative and operational efficiency for the offices of patent examiners, patent officers, trademark supervisor, and trademarks examiners, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Patent Act, Chapter 253 of the Laws of Belize to remove the seat of Registrar of Intellectual Property from the Solgen, to provide for the appointment of a Registrar of Intellectual Property, to provide in the interest of administrative and operational efficiency for the offices of patent examiners, patent officers, trademarks, supervisor, and trademarks examiner, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Non-Governmental Organizations Act, Chapter 315 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the appointment of a Registrar of Non-Governmental Organizations, to provide for the appointment of a Deputy Registrar of Non-Governmental Organizations, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, I don't believe the bill requires an explanation.
I recognize Senator Janelle Chinona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We rise in support of this motion. We certainly have had feedback from our sector that submitting annual reports and statements on financial obligations under the NGO Act have been a little interesting because there is no set process. We think this goes a long way in identifying someone so that we can make sure that our paperwork is received and there's an efficient return of things like good standing certificates, etc. Leader will remember, Senator Perfit will remember when he was responsible for this, we met as BNN with him about streamlining the NGO Act so that we can capture everyone doing NGO work under the Act. Because right now some of the processes and there's no real clarity, I think, in terms of why I should take the additional step to register as an NGO because, you know, I have to then incur expenses of doing audits and that sort of thing, and then who's reading this audit, you know, who's looking at my activity report, who will respond and question and follow up on this. So we certainly see this as a step forward for making sure that this process and this work is streamlined, and we look forward to continuing to work with the Attorney General and her team to make sure that other important changes to this act can be made in due course. Thank you.
Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Bill for an act to amend the Non-Governmental Organizations Act, Chapter 315 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the appointment of a Registrar of Non-Governmental Organizations, to provide for the appointment of a Deputy Registrar of Non-Governmental Organizations, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
In the NGO Act, Chapter 315, to provide for the appointment of a registrar of NGO, to provide for the appointment of a deputy registrar of NGO, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to provide for the establishment of a People's Constitution Commission to draft and guide the process of promulgating a new constitution for Belize or amendments to the Belize Constitution, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, this bill provides for creation of a commission to look at the current constitution of Belize, to conduct consultations, widespread consultations at home and abroad, and to make recommendations by way of a report, which is to be tabled in the National Assembly, and ultimately, if a resolution is passed, to be put to referendum. Madam President, it is just over 20 years ago that was the last time there was a full-scale review of the Constitution and political structures of the country, which led to a very important report. Under the chairmanship of Dylan Vernon, Ambassador Vernon is back in Belize and is integrally involved again in this process. Madam President, the bill seeks to create the commission under a chairman, and it's widespread in its representation. I should immediately add that the National Creole Council is a member and has been designated a member under the power that the minister will have to designate additional members. The commission, Madam President, is expected to complete its report in 18 months and a maximum of 2 years, so that we will have a report within that time. And of course, it provides for full financial transparency. A budget needs to be prepared, presented, and approved by the National Assembly. The Commission is obligated to have widespread consultations. It is obligated to receive comments. It is obligated to receive any type of suggestions, any type of proposals for amendments, for additions, or otherwise. Of course, those consultations will be conducted across the country and outside of Belize in order to get the sense of what the Belizean people want in terms of their own constitution. Madam President, I think it is important. The fundamental question is the system of government that we have today, as designed by the Belize Constitution, serving the interests of the Belizean people in a way that we want it to serve? We will have an opportunity, all of us, to participate. The People's United Party passed a resolution at our National Party Council that we will be participating fully. All organs of the party will be participating in this process. And we will be doing so because we have a legacy of advancing constitutional rights in this country. But, Madam President, just as important with that is that it provides an opportunity for Belizeans to speak on important issues. For example, will we continue with our monarchy? Will we move to a republic? If we move to a republic, what type of republic would we have? That's a matter that the Belizean people should be consulted on, and proposals put forward for people to consider. Are we satisfied with the separation of powers, Madam President? The legislature is supposed to act as a check on actions of the executive. But in the House, most of the members on the government side are all in cabinet and are subject to collective responsibility, which is what the Constitution itself says, and therefore they cannot depart from decisions of the cabinet. And therefore, in many ways, when you come to the House, people believe that it's a rubber stamp. Do we wish to keep that system, or do we wish to have it modified? An interesting issue for contemplation, Madam President and colleagues, is the question of proportional representation. A party may win 40% or 30% of the vote and have two members of the House, and that's it. Or they may have 5, not reflecting the proportion of votes that they receive. Do we wish to introduce a system of proportional representation or some modification thereof? Do we continue with a Senate that is appointed? The people of this country voted in a referendum for an elected Senate. It's never been implemented. We have an opportunity to speak up, to raise our voices, to say whether we want that. We witnessed in the last administration $1.5 billion being spent without parliamentary approval. And the opposition complains every time we come to the Senate to seek approval for expenditure by way of supplementaries to ensure that we do not violate the Finance and Audit Reform Act and Section 114 of the Constitution. What check should be in the Constitution to ensure that the executive cannot spend money without parliamentary oversight? Are we satisfied with the provisions that relate to the Auditor General's reports that are many years late and they go to Prime Minister's offices and just sit there and nothing happens? Are we satisfied with that? How do we improve that? Are we satisfied with the current provisions in our Constitution that guarantee fundamental rights and freedoms to Belizeans, subject all of them to exceptions? When you stop and think about it, look at the Constitution in the 21st century. As we look at these students, we ask ourselves, do Belizeans have a fundamental right to education? Do you have a fundamental right to health care? Do you have a fundamental right to land and to a home? And the state must provide these things. Or is it that we are a capitalist society and if you can afford to go to school, you go? If you can afford health care, you can get it. If you can't afford a piece of land, you do without. Is that where we as a society want to be in the 21st century? I mentioned some of these, Madam President and members of the Senate, simply to say that this bill provides a unique opportunity for the Belizean people to have a mature and sober debate about how we can reform our constitutional system, reform our political system, and become a more democratic society in a modern society. And so I commend to the senators support for the bill because it's a part of the democratic process. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Michael Murphy.
Thank you, Madam President. Mike. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the concept is good. The concept is good. If you have a bunch of people from a cross-section of the society to come together and work as a commission to look at the Constitution to see how it could be amended or cleaned up, that's good. There's nothing wrong with that, and there can only be everything good about that concept. There are some things minor things that need to be cleaned up. For example, there's competing legislation about the Speaker of the House and the President of the Senate. In one breath, you're one of us. In another breath, you don't have a vote. In one breath, the Speaker is a member of the House in addition to the 31 members in the House. In another breath, the Speaker doesn't have a vote. I mean, those are things that need to be cleaned up, and we need some certainty. And indeed, in the past, when you do piecemeal amendments of the Constitution, sometimes you pull one proverbial thread and it loosens so many other ones. So the concept is good, but of course, Madam President, definitely, details still, and we have to make sure that the public is aware as to what certain bills mean. If you look at a schedule
You are, sir. Nominate 2 people.
What's that?
Una nominate.
Of course, man. But this is the problem. Why is it in a schedule? I'll tell you why it's in a schedule, Madam President. It's not in the act, it's just a schedule. Now, when you look at the schedule,
Part of the act. What are you talking about?
my brother, let me take my time
Yes.
for you,
Yes.
like where you're a senior, like say. If it's in the body of the act itself, it has to come back to Parliament to be changed. If it is in a schedule, sir, there's no need to come back to Parliament for it to be changed.
Yes.
You understand me? And I'll point that out to you right now. Listen now, listen good. Let's start with the schedule. Each of the following organizations and bodies shall nominate 2 persons. Now, organizations and bodies. Now, you have to be careful, Madam President, because indeed I hear this cry. If you're going to say representative of Maya organizations in Belize, if you're going to pick ethnic groups, you have to make sure that all ethnic groups are presented. The National Garifuna Council, then we have a very heavy Hispanic community in Belize. If you're going to pick people based on ethnicity, then you have to make sure that the major ethnicities in the country are covered. National Creole Council, they should be in here. So you look at things like that when you want true representation. And then you go down the list, LGBTQI+. What's that, Madam President? Because I know no organization or body by that name. If I am familiar with the term and the acronym, if you may, but I know there's one organization by the name of UNIBAM that represents what you call a certain group of people, but that's not an organization or a body. You have to name a recognized body to represent on the commission. Madam President, and then look, Vice President, pay attention, pay attention. Pay attention. The members of the commission.
Which clause are they?
Section 4, section 4. Wait, Phil, tell me when I did it.
It's a clause.
Sorry.
Thank you.
The members of the commission shall consist of a chairperson and other persons nominated by the organizations and entities prescribed in the schedule. The Prime Minister, after consultation with the leader of the opposition, shall appoint a chairperson who shall be a person of high national standing and integrity. The other persons nominated pursuant to subsection 1 shall be persons of high national standing and integrity. The members shall, among themselves, choose a person to be the vice chairperson. 6. For 5, I'm going in order, you follow. In the absence or inability of the chairperson, the vice chairperson shall temporarily perform the functions of the chairperson. 6. The minister may amend the schedule by order published in the Gazette. So the minister can unilaterally move who they on the schedule or add to the schedule. You follow? The minister with the stroke of a pen. So all 13 and we come in here, and all 31 members in the House had a chance to debate on this. But the minister, because you all want to reduce ministerial powers, the minister, with the stroke of a pen, can amend the schedule. By one, without telling anybody. No debate, no question, no discussion, no reason, just you gone. Or that group of people gone. So the minister could say, pick one. The minister could say, you see the National Trade Union Congress of Belize?
UDP.
Done.
UDP.
UDP done.
UDP.
The minister could do it. It says so. Read it. Before you come in here and support everything they bring, read it. Again, Madam President, if you look, but yet, you see, you have at section 7, clause 7. 7? Yeah. In the performance of its functions, the commission shall not be subject to the direction or control of any person or authority. So, nobody could control, you know, but the minister could remove anyone, you know. Really?
Right.
Make up your mind, that's inconsistent.
It is.
That's inconsistent. You look now at the following page, 10.3. The Prime Minister may at any time revoke the appointment of any member, including the chairperson. So here you have now, the Prime Minister appoints the chairperson after consultation with the leader of the opposition. But when the time for remove the chairman, you need to consult nobody, just remove her. What I'm saying, Madam President, stop the bring bills to this house that you claim to talk about. One senator talk about inclusion and working. Man, there's no desire on the part of this government to do that. When you can give powers to people to just remove individuals from the commission. So the Prime Minister can say, you from the UDP, and I like you, just go. No reason, no justification, no nothing, just I never feel like I like you today. But yet you want to claim on your campaign platform that you, in the future, which is now, would work on legislation to reduce ministerial interference.
How much senators?
Madam ring along, man. Now, your turn to be quiet. When I want you to speak, I'll pinch you. And then, Madam President, out of the blue comes a secretariat. Oh? I mentioned no secretariat in the inter. Follow me. There are 12. Out of the blue comes a secretariat. Now, and then you can have technical committees. Now, I think there's one, because you mentioned Commissioner of the Supreme Court here. I guess with the passage of you'll be Commissioner of just the High Court, or how would you frame commissioners now? As commissioners of the court, I guess we have to figure that out.
You don't read that section? Yeah, the bill.
Huh? No, you know in it. They don't mention it. You know in there, man. It says commissioners of the court, but it doesn't say that they will be on. So would you call them no commissioners of the court?
Yeah.
So then you have to remove Supreme Court from this bill, that's all I'm saying.
It's called a consequential.
Okay. No, it's not a constitution, it's just a constitutional bill.
Consequential.
Okay.
It's a bigger word.
Okay. Anyway, suit yourself. But this secretariat now is interesting. So under the commission, you'll have a secretariat. You'll have the head of the secretariat, staff of the secretariat, technical committee. The head of the secretariat and staff of the secretariat shall be paid such salaries and allowances as may be determined by the minister. Minister again. I thought you want to get rid of ministerial interference. Salaries and allowances as may be determined by the minister. A member of a technical committee shall be paid such allowances as the commission may, with the approval of the minister, determine. So the commission has the authority now to hire technical people. You'll have a secretariat, but the minister will determine how much them people are get paid. The writer saw the hustling will happen. With consultation after consultation, and we need this one for writing on paper, and nothing get done. Only 2 years we have, you know. Only 2 years we have. Then now, the good governance unit in the Ministry of the Public Service shall be the secretariat to the commission and serve as the administrative office of the commission. A person appointed to subsection 3, which is the head of the secretariat, shall hold office on such terms and conditions as the head of the secretariat may, with the approval of the minister, determine. How much thing you know the minister does so? So you have a commission that's supposedly independent, but everywhere you go, the minister pop up. They make determinations. How is that an independent commission? And then if the members of the secretariat come from the Ministry of the Public Service and Good Governance Unit, so they might get paid again to be members of the secretariat apart from the job that they supposedly are already doing in the Good Governance Unit. So you will take a bunch of
The students on the left, boy.
You will take,
Mike, then walk up on you.
yes ma'am. You will take a bunch of public officers, and it will be interesting to know who. Because slowly by slowly, the higher the cronies. You will take a bunch of public officers already drawing a salary. And on top of that, you will pay them more to be members of the secretariat. How much more will you pay them to be members of the secretariat? That will be determined by the minister. So you could give them $1 million if you want. But we're not supposed to say nothing about that. We're supposed to just accept that. That is not something stinks here. No, Madam President, if you look, when the commission, you have a secretariat, and then the commission and the secretariat can hire consultants, experts, or advisor. This is what it says at section 18. And I know that what I'm saying is not moving any of you, but the Belizean people are here. A consultant, an advisor or expert appointed under this act shall, with the approval of the minister, be appointed on such terms and conditions as the commission may determine. Minister again. So the minister will determine the schedule as to which bodies and organizations sit on the commission. The Prime Minister can remove anybody from the commission. The minister will determine the budget and who will be hired to the executive committee at such salaries and benefits as the minister may require. Any expert, any consultant, any advisor hired for the purpose has to be approved by the minister. And then you wonder why I say, Madam President, that while although the concept is good, the devil in these details reveal the issue we have with this government and anything that they do. Madam President, for it to be a commission that will function, the commission has to know that when it gives, any members of those commission or any member of the commission has to know that when he or she gives her opinion or positions on something, they don't have to worry about the Prime Minister removing them from the commission for their opinions. But this is what this is doing. Make a recommendation that the government doesn't like and the Prime Minister can just remove you. That may sit well with some of you. It doesn't sit well with me, Madam President, and that's my submission.
I recognize Senator Bishop Moses Bengashe.
Thank you very much, Madam President, I rise to speak, of course, on the People's Constitution Commission Bill 2022. And there are a few things that, as a church body, we have started a level of discussion to be ahead of the game. And we will be meeting again, and so like the other organizations, I must also indicate that for us as the church, we will participate fully in what is to take place insofar as the commission is concerned. I want to point to a few things, Madam President. And first of all, to look at the time frame that is before us. 18 months to 2 years. That there is a concern, especially based on some of the things that I suppose Senator Perfeet would have mentioned earlier. And I must admit that Senator Perfeet touched on a number of issues that for us as a church, we would be concerned about. I take, for example, not only the time frame that is there, but also at the end of it all, we also need to ask the question, what happens? How will it be put to the people? And what if in the end, after all this, the people decide that is not what we want, after all the consultations? I'm making a point. I say that to say that I would caution us that as we go forward, one of the things that must be said, if it is not broken, don't fix it. While I would admit that there are some things, and perhaps maybe more so than we would like to admit, I would also indicate that there are some things that we ought to keep in place. As I look at the commission itself, one of the things that has come up time and time again, and as I have heard it, is the number of organizations and groups included on the present commission. And how did we come to that? Senator Perfeet would have alluded to some things. Certain groupings. Is the representation wide enough why they were included? And I will not call any group, except to say that he mentioned, for example, the Creole organization. And why is not that organization represented? I know that it was said, based on consultation, well, you know, the minister, and here we go again, the minister will have that power to be able to include such an organization such as the Creole. And I suppose the consultation for some people is that not everybody have to be represented at one level. And perhaps that draws another concern. What actually was said before all this came into being? And people now get the impression, and organizations now get the impression, if I am not represented at a certain level, they will not hear my voice at all. And maybe the PR needs to kick in order for a proper explanation to be given to organizations and groupings that they will not be left out of this very important commission. I draw attention to some of the things that the leader of government and business mentioned that for us as a church, we would also be concerned about proportional representation, the judiciary, but we are also concerned as a church body about appointments and that which social partners have always spoken to in the Senate. For example, when it comes to appointments, how does it reflect itself in the new constitution? But I must admit, Madam President, that some of the important things that Senator Perofit pointed out, and in particular, the role of the minister and the oversight of the minister, I think that needs to be looked at again. Thank you very much.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. If I may, I would like to refer to my notes as I'm going along, and I would also like to refer to the bill as I'm making my presentation, Madam President. Madam President, the social partner senators wrote to the Prime Minister in June and August of 2021 after the introduction or the idea of the 10th Amendment to the Constitution was floated. And the purpose of those two letters, Madam President, was to request that the government look at a comprehensive review of the Constitution rather than the apparent piecemeal approach that it was taking at the time. We felt that given that we've had 40 years under the Constitution, one that was basically given to us, that it would have been prudent and timely for us as a country to look at it comprehensively. And so that was really the purpose of that letter. It was around the August of last year that we understood, even though the Prime Minister had not formally responded to our letters, we understood based on, I believe, interview he did with one of the media stations that this was where they were going. They would have looked at, reviewing the entire Constitution with the possibility of even rewriting one. And so it was based on that we had held back on further correspondence on this matter. I think it is time for us to seriously look at this issue, Mr. President. I think that we need a constitution that reflects the Belizean people, that reflects the aspirations, the will, the hope, the desires of the Belizean people. And so I think we have an opportunity now to really do this in a comprehensive way, one that is truly reflective of what the Belizean people want, rather than what was given to us. I think in September of this year, September 21st of this year, Mr. Asad Schuman wrote a piece, and he said Belizeans had no say in the making of the Constitution. And he went a little further and he said that the Belize Constitution, shaped by the colonizer, was basically a revised self-government constitution. And so I think this really brings the issue to a head in terms of how badly this whole process is needed. I think incumbent on the Commission, Mr. President, is that the Commission will need to understand the difficulties that the Belizean people have faced over the years in terms of the current legal, political, economic, and social structures that we've had to work with since post-independence. I think we've all been frustrated at many times with respect to the difficulties that we've had with some very basic things. I think the leader of government business mentioned a few of those. I'm hoping that these issues and many more will come out of the consultation process. I'm hoping as well, and I think this is the intention, that the consultations will be very broad-based and will give everyone an opportunity to voice their concerns, and that these concerns will be reflected in whatever final document comes out of the process. Next, I think that the whole process really has to adequately address the core principles of a constitution. Those will include the separation of powers, the limitation of powers, which is equally important, the protection of individual rights, and accountability. You know, we have examples of this, for example, in terms of the very backlog of audits that we've seen in terms of accountability. And it's not only that these reports have not been submitted on time, Mr. President, but the Auditor General is saying that the accounts of government cannot even be relied on. They're so badly misstated. How is that accountable? And we're spending billions and billions and billions of dollars. We have to do better than that. I think the Commission will need to determine whether or not the country wants to go the Republican route or stay on our current course. I think those are important. I would like to touch, Mr. President, if you'll allow me, on Section 6 and Section 22 of the Act. And Section 6, it basically lays out what the terms of reference of the Commission shall be. Section 6, 1A and B. It is to conduct a comprehensive review of the Belize Constitution and prepare and submit to the Prime Minister a final report on its findings of the review. So, comprehensive review of the Constitution and provide a report. Now, if you go to 22, and this is where I think there needs to be some clarity. Section 22 says, Mr. President, that a referendum shall be conducted where the National Assembly passes a resolution declaring that the matter stated in the report, whether the Belize Constitution should be repealed and replaced or amended, is of sufficient national importance that it should be submitted to the electors for their view through a referendum. Now, Section 6 talks about a review and a report. And then Section 22 is talking about repeal, replace, or a new constitution, or amendments to the Constitution. Now, my question is, Mr. President, what are we taking to a referendum? I think even prior to this, I think the Belizean people should perhaps ask what system of government they need. Is this asking that the Commission can draft a new constitution? Is it set up for that? I can understand that a report from the commission may include a list of amendments similar to what was done in 1999-2000, but a new constitution. And if we go to a referendum, for argument's sake, let's say that the feedback that they got, that the commission got, was for a new constitution. Will that entire constitution be on a ballot paper? What will be the process for that? What will be the educational requirements for that? I think this has been really the most difficult issue for me in terms of going through this bill, Mr. President. I think that those issues need to be clarified. I think that the process is I think that the whole concept is a good one in terms of the entire review, because this, like I said, this is what the social partners had asked for. But I think we need some more clarity in terms of how this will play out in the end. And if it is that the commission doesn't write the new constitution, who will have the responsibility to write one? If it is amendments that we're talking about, who will decide on the amendments? Will every amendment be on that referendum ballot paper? And so these are some issues, like I mentioned, Mr. President, I think that are key for us to be clear of as we go through the process, because I think that those issues and questions will come up the more we go into the process. It's a very tight timeline. We're talking about 18 months with the potential of a 6-month extension. And so there will really be not much time for us to do all that consultation, going throughout the districts. Looking at constitutional issues point by point is a lot of work. And in addition to that, coming up with all the amendments, if we will go the amendment route, or rewriting the entire constitution. So I think that, I think that the matters I raised, it would be extremely helpful if we get some clarity on those, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
I recognize Senator Kanuna.
Thank you. I ask for your indulgence, Mr. President, for me to refer to my notes on this presentation and to the bill itself as well. I don't think the importance of this exercise that we are about to launch can be overstated. It is a critical moment in our young democracy, and we have to take it as such. So I want to start my presentation today by underscoring, highlighting, and reiterating in neon lights, if you will, the tantamount importance of every Belizean's participation in this exercise and this process. Every Belizean. And I feel obliged to call out that every Belizean should see themselves as what they are under our Constitution right now. Equal. Every Belizean. This morning at the launch of the e-passport system, the nation was formally reminded that the Belizean passport is one of, if not the most accepted way for any of us to prove that we are Belizean. And I bring that up because I will share being concerned, if not outright terrified, in the conversations to date of this discussion of how a Belizean looks. Because it does not matter how we look, where we are born, who our parents are, Once we have a Belizean passport, we are Belizeans. And I bring that up because when we talk about equal under the law, Senator Bengushe raised it earlier, that I don't want to be part of any process that makes or somehow creates the optics for anybody to feel that they are left out if they are not on the commission. It must be that we are all helping to create this environment conducive to ending this somehow inflexible definition of what a Belizean is. Earlier, Senator Martinez brought up the robotics competition and the impressive wins by the Belize high school students at a robotics competition. And I have to share with you that it was more than disappointing to read among those accolades the racist references to how those students looked, completely overriding the reality that they are Belizeans carrying the Belizean flag and representing Belizeans. So I don't know how we got here, and I will always say it is good that we know where we are, because we need to work up and away from that. At the end of the day, it is all of us, and I'm sure we can all think of examples where we've been confronted, if not directly impacted by that kind of comment and that type of racism, to make sure that we create an environment where we see ourselves as Belizeans in every Belizean that's there. Because I want to always make sure we embody, as Martin Luther King put it, the content of our character and not the color of our skin. So let us now agree that our social contract is doing just that, because this effort needs to unite, not divide. It needs to unite Belize. And so again, I repeat my call. We have to continue to inform ourselves about this exercise, ask questions, meaningfully and fully participate in this. Because my, again, confession hour, greatest fear is that somehow this process will become some type of distraction and take us away from what we needed to achieve. All of this effort can be so much more than removing the English monarchy as our head of state and creating an elected Senate and fixing set dates for national elections. Because beyond helping to figure out those details and the benefits of doing any of those things, we need to make changes that will create the differences we need as a democratic nation, sovereign and as was said in the House, governing our future and ourselves as a nation. And I am personally cautiously optimistic that this exercise will address the perennial issues that have been flagrantly plaguing Belize. Things like political corruption and vote buying, lack of meaningful oversight and checks on the executive by the legislature, boosting effective participation of the public in decision making. And these were out of the now 22-year-old report from the last exercise that we did. And I think the lesson there is that we cannot expect anybody else to lead to create the changes that we have called out, and I think in the interim have called out that we need. None but ourselves. We have to do this. We have to own this process. And it brings me, Madam President, to a key question on, as Senator Herrera called out, what is the expected outcome of this process? I bring that up because as he called out under the functions listed of the commission, I went back and found that at the end of the last process, the report had 103 recommendations. Of those 103 recommendations, 19% were fully adopted, 39% were acted upon in part or whole, and 36% weren't touched. So I think as the members of the commission look to start their work, I think we need to clearly identify where we want them to end up. And I know the leader of government business will clarify as we're asking, what report means. Is it a listing of areas to be addressed by future draftspersons, a listing of everything that has been brought to the commission, or is it a new draft of the Constitution? And I would say I ask this because, as I said, throughout the report, throughout the bill, I see report. I don't see report defined. And the only language, if I could take you to 6.3, for the purpose of subsection 2, the Commission shall afford the people of Belize, both within and outside the country, to the extent practicable, the opportunity to freely express their opinions and make suggestions on matters they feel should be considered in the Constitution. I confess it's a big stretch, but is that where we're supposed to look, that it will be a constitutional draft, that those suggestions that should be considered in the Constitution will then be presented as constitutional draft language by the Commission there? I will also take you to Part 5, miscellaneous. I don't think I'm speaking out of turn to say that I get a little nervous when I see laid a report before the National Assembly, because we see reports laid before the National Assembly almost every meeting. But I would kindly ask that this be extended to referred to the Foreign Affairs and Constitutional Committee of the House, or referred somewhere so that it doesn't stay on the table, to make sure that it carries forward somewhere. And that can be, if it is a report of a listing of recommendations, that the report can be read to the public and can be made public and digested and discussed. And the last thing I wanted to reiterate, and it goes to 22 under that same section, miscellaneous, of the referendum, and Senator Herrera has called out in terms of, what that will look like. And I'm bringing it up now because it is something we have raised from the outset and at committee, to the House committee that dealt with this, is that we continue to call out that the referendum itself, of which we don't have a breakdown here in this bill of how the referendum will be handled, but we reiterate that we do not feel that this can be a yes or no scenario to a package of reforms. One vote, yes or no. That to us would be like throwing the baby out with the bathwater. The referendum vote must be broken down into sections, or as I think someone earlier has said, by question or by recommended change, so that we can see very clearly what Belizeans have consensus on and majority support for, and those areas that we need to continue to talk about. Because I, for one, don't want to look forward to going through all of this work and doing all of this, and then because there is a polarizing area in one section of the Constitution, the whole thing goes out. We have seen where that has happened regionally. I don't think it is something that we should set ourselves up to creating. I don't think we will, but I'm just taking the opportunity now, ahead of further information on how the referendum will be handled, that we want to make sure that the approach is adopted to ensure that we're going in the right direction. And time is going to fly. As much as we're talking about this is going to take 2 years, time is going, and we take this opportunity to put that recommendation on the record again, and to strongly urge that such an approach should be taken. And again, the last thing I want to reiterate on this is that it is so very important that every single one of us embrace this opportunity to participate fully in this process. I think we talk a lot about the Constitution being the supreme law. We have to embrace it for exactly that, know it, be very familiar with it, know what our rights are so that we can strengthen those rights, make sure that we own this, because it owns us. Everything comes from the Constitution. So I call on all Belizeans to please participate, inform ourselves, get ready for the education campaign that I hope will be launched very, very soon, and fully and meaningfully participate in this process. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Luke Martinez.
Madam President, what we're seeing here is an administration continuing what it started 22 years ago. 22 years ago, Madam President, the call for good governance is the same as today. The call for ministerial interference is the same. When this administration took office, I think they are going for 2 years. One of the first mandates they came with was a good governance motion. And in that good governance motion, Madam President, they included ministerial discretion. We're all trying to see how we could get it done. Maybe we have to get the people from NASA to come and do some kind of research, since it appears to be rocket science. We're all trying to do this because we want to get rid of the elephant in the room, which is corruption, Madam President. In 2000, when this report was published, a number of things were highlighted, of course, which were mentioned by leader of government business, our colleagues from this side, from everyone, and every single Belizean who read that report, was what the question that we should be asking is, what were the results? Where are we since 2000? Square one, Madam President. Square one. We're running in circles in trying to see how we could have the best set of legislations in this country for the best interests of Belizeans, for the interests of our future. We had them here with us this morning. If we can't do that, we'll continue to be infested with corruption, nepotism, and you could name all the isms and schisms. This is, of course, we agree that we must carry on with this exercise. But do we want to do so with the ministerial powers that are in this in this bill? Madam President, I'm hoping that we could give that as much consideration as possible. We can't continue to want to fill every vacant post with someone who aligns himself or herself with the political party. We have to as a country start to look beyond that approach, Madam President. And of course, if we were to put it to a referendum, it has to be direct. We can't be talking about a referendum in a legislation, and when you bring the referendum to the people, they don't know what they'll be voting for. We've asked the question, do we want to remain under the monarchy? Do we want to become a republic? Are we prepared to set that up in the interest of the Belizean people? Are we prepared to carry out this duty? We'll spend millions of funds to set up our political favors, because that is what continues to happen. Even though approved in the upper house, Madam President, a good governance motion Of course, we want to congratulate the Ministry of Immigration for rolling out the e-passport and the features that it has. And this morning we heard that it is going to assist us in eradicating corruption. Of course, and we applaud that. We want to see more of that. But what we don't want to continue to see, Madam President, is the ministerial powers. It has us crippled. Political interference. We can't move forward because of that nepotism, corruption. Under the section that speaks about the Prime Minister laying the report to the table, I'm sure that there will be a ministry who will be responsible for the report. So I'm not seeing anything in this report that is saying that the minister has to, will it be the Prime Minister, or will there be another minister who has to ensure that it reaches cabinet, and then of course the Prime Minister table it, and then if the Prime Minister doesn't table it, then what? Earlier the leader of government business talked about, he asked us if we want to continue to see where reports like the Auditor General being tabled years after, in some cases, none at all. Madam President, if we were to review the Belize Constitution has remedies for that. But because we refuse to follow the Constitution and we choose to carry out a political mandate, then we end up ignoring the Constitution, Madam President, to create the rigmarole in which we are in, Madam President. So I'm hoping that we could put some attention to that. And of course, when we talk about inclusion and that we want to include everybody, we want to see how we could get it done, Madam President, without us ending up discriminating against each other. Because when we start to do these type of things, Madam President, we do exactly what the colonialists did when they drafted this constitution for us, the one that were the 1981 constitution. Divide your people. So we continue with the divide and conquer colonialist mentality, Madam President. All inclusive is all inclusive. I don't have time to be setting up divisive mechanisms, especially in our legislation. We have to do better than that. We are hoping, Madam President, that the Secretariat will be properly staffed. I hope that there are 1, 2, 3. I hope there are not 3 I know at the Secretariat, Mr. Ross. How many I know?
Can you keep?
Well, I see them here. Well, the students were here this morning. We were able to ask them questions. I don't see why we can't ask them how many.
I am
the
asking.
point that I'm making, Madam President.
Yes, make your point. Make your point.
Much obliged. Madam President, the point that I'm making, Madam President, is that if we set up a secretariat or a unit that is not properly staffed, that doesn't have the necessary amount of human resources, Madam President, will fall behind in producing reports. All of us knows that fully well. Maybe it come in our next supplementary to hire the amount of people, and we hope that we hire the correct amount of people to get it done. And finally, Madam President, we note that we're trying to get this exercise done in 2 years. we're trying to reverse from 1980 up to now. Some of the ridiculousness that are in the Belize Constitution, we're trying to rid ourselves of it. Can we really get that done in 2 years? Or we'll fast forward what we need to get done in political interest versus the interest of the nation. That has to be given consideration, Madam President. Thanks very much.
I recognize Senator Bevinka.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, today is a historic day in Belize, and I'm proud to be a part of that historic day. I say this because, Madam President, for the first time, we as Belizeans, every single man, woman, even young people in Belize, now have an opportunity for them to have an input, for them to have a say in how we want our government structures to be, the rights we want to have enshrined in our Constitution, and the goals that we want to achieve as a country, as Belizeans. And we should not see this as political differences, but like Senator Bengoshe said earlier, we should come as Belizeans because we have that pride in us as Belizean, and we want that to reflect in our Constitution. But there's so many people organization that wants to be in the commission, Madam President, but we have to realize that the commission itself cannot do all of this job. We need to take our responsibility as Belizeans, every single Belizean, for this legislation or constitutional reform that we need every single Belizean to be part of. And I want to stress for the Belizean people to know this is might be a one-time opportunity that we have to do that, and we must recognize this opportunity that we have. Madam President, it is alarming to know that the number of Belizeans that have not seen part of the Belizean Constitution. It's alarming to know that the numbers of Belizeans that have not read this Constitution. And again, a lot of time we see people complaining on social media or whenever they have that opportunity. But we have to realize that it's not really only the state's job to get it done. It's our job as well, because I believe that every Belizean should know it is high time that we start to read the Constitution. The Constitution of a country and of Belize affects every single person, every single citizen, regardless of their gender, race, age, or belief. This is what we stand on. So, Madam President, I want to ask and stress to the Belizean people, let us get familiar with our Constitution, the rights that we have as Belizeans, how we want to improve those rights, what we want to take out of the Constitution. It's really high time if you want this to work in our favor, Madam President. Madam President, this bill, the way I understand it, will allow every single Belizean to be part. It's going to be an inclusive consultation, and I want to stress to the Belizean people, especially the young generation, that this reform is about us. It's about our future, how we want our future to be. And I want to stress to them to attend every consultation that will be done in their area, to have their input. A lot of time we see people, like I said, going on social media, raging about the government structures that we have, the corruption that has happened, but what do we do about it? All we do is just complain, comment on social media, and nothing happens. This is the time that we have, Madam President, to get that right, to correct all of those wrongs. Let us have that input that we need so that we can have a Belize that reflects us as a people. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President, I rise to wind up the debate on this very important bill. I start by reminding the social partner senators, because of the questions that they have asked, to understand what this bill is attempting to do. Every single social partner senator here who represents an organization has membership in this commission. I repeat, business community, church, labor, NGO community are members of the commission. If the ceiling of this National Assembly would have fallen here today, if we in Cabinet had put into this bill the answers to their questions, if we were going to say how the referendum was going to be held, how much questions you have, whether you get on a yes or no, whether it will be a written, whether it will be drafted, whether it will be just a narrative. Madam President, that is not what this is about. We are attempting to create a commission with the capacity, with the ability, with the powers to make recommendations after consulting the Belizean people, and we should not prejudge what that result should be. We should not prejudge whether there is going to be actual draft of sections. That's for the Commission to determine in its wisdom after consultation. We should not prejudge whether the report is going to be purely narrative or partial draft, recommending referendum, do not recommend a referendum. It was Senator Bengoshe who said, if it is not broken, don't try to fix it. After consultation, the Belizean people might say, listen, tweak this, tweak that, and we good. Why are we then going to hold a referendum? That is what we expect the Commission to do, conduct that consultation and report back and say, the people do not like cabinet dictatorship. The people do not like ministerial power. The people do not like spending and appropriating money without parliamentary approval. The people want greater devolution of power to town council and city council and village council in the Constitution. They want the Judicial and Legal Services Commission, the Public Service Commission to be independent. Redesign it. We can't prejudge that. But those are the discussions that I am hoping and expecting that the representatives of civil society, the business, labor, and the churches, the political parties, and every single Belizean is going to voice an opinion on. So I am not at this stage, Madam President, concerned about how that document is going to look at the end. What I am more concerned about is the process. How are we going to go about this process? And there are hallmarks in this bill. The first is the representation on the commission is widespread. And whether Senator Perifit likes it or not, the minister has power to add more people to the commission. He's concerned about the ability of the Prime Minister to remove people who have been appointed. There are many commissions, there are many committees, there are many boards who people get there, then take their fees, and they do not attend. Organizations have come to the Prime Minister, have come to ministers and say, please remove Mary or Tom. And when you look upon the law, there is no provision to remove them. They are no longer representing the organization. You know, there's a recall thing going around. 2 people might get appointed under this, and then somebody get recalled, and somebody else said, either the leader now, or how you want to remove the 2 people. So there is no ill intent here. It is to have members of the commission who will participate, who want to participate in the process and participate actively. And if they are not representing the organization or nominating them, that organization can say to the Prime Minister, remove that person. The Prime Minister revoke the appointment. Madam President, I think it is absolutely important that the Belizean people understand that what we have set out here is a commission that has the power to hire experts, advisors, and consultants. Why? The Constitution is the supreme law of the land. We have complained about it, the social partners complained about it when we were continuing the same process of piecemeal amendments. So we're going to look at it in a holistic and wholesale way. But a constitution has to be read as a whole. Regardless of the membership of this commission, they will need expert advice. They will need constitutional experts to advise them. We can't be looking at Ghana, look at Nigeria, look at Barbados, look at the United States and say, we have pulled the judiciary from this one, we have pulled the legislature from that one, because if it does not have a coherent whole, it will not work and serve the interests of the Belizean people. And it falls to the commission, supported by the Secretariat, to decide that they need specific experts. The experts may be advisory, the experts may be drafters. Whatever it is they need, the exercise must be informed by expertise, and the law provides for the power of the commission to do that. My brother Senator Martinez raised a question about the financing, and I would urge you to look at what is settled for the financial arrangements. It is the head of the Secretariat, after consultation with the chairman, who obviously has to have a meeting of the commission to prepare a budget within a time certain. The bill sets out very short deadlines within which that has to come to the Section 20. Within months. There is no provision in the budget for this. So an appropriate supplementary has to be brought here. We will be involved in ensuring that sufficient funds are there for the commission. That is a matter for the commission to determine the size of the amount of people that it needs. That's what the law says. There's a secretariat to support them. But if they need this, they need that, they need the other, they have to determine by majority vote, not by the chairman, by majority vote, that we need additional assistance. And I am suggesting to this Honorable Senate that we should be the last ones to determine how much people is needed, how much are not needed, who is needed. That is going to be determined by the commission. Ultimately, and this is where sometimes I wonder if we are fully aware of the power that people have. If the majority of this commission believes that the chairman is acting in a way that is dictatorial, that the secretariat is not supporting, that they're going to meetings and no progress is being made, I don't think your representatives have time to waste. They will go to the public, they will make it known, and the one thing you will look in this commission, decisions are taken by majority. And decisions will have to be made. So, if the commission is not working the way we want it to work, the commission will say so. These representatives, these senators right here, these political parties are represented and will come here and say so. It's not a secret. Finally, and I'm touching on this point again because I know it is important. We have to be very careful of the result of this process. Every single referendum on constitutional reform in the Caribbean in modern history has failed. Every single one. And Senator Chanona, I will tell you this. Your proposal of having different questions on the ballot was tried in Grenada and failed. They had a referendum on omnibus amendments. It failed. They did a re-education exercise and say we will separate the issues into 6 different questions. You could vote for CCJ if you want. You could vote for expanding fundamental rights if you want. Yes or no. You choose, yes or no. All 6 failed. I say to you, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, comprehensive reform, wholesale constitution rewritten, put to the Vincentian people, fail. Constitutional reform in the Bahamas for expanding fundamental rights and freedoms, not decreasing, giving more power to the people in the fundamental rights and freedom, put to the people in referendum, and failed. Why? If people don't own the process from the beginning, at the end you can't just say hold up. Look at what happened in Chile. Well, when I listen to Honor today, there's like so much faults in the thing, and I look at the back and I say, but who control this? Chamber, Bureau, NGO, Trade Union, Teachers Union, Public Service, Church, UB, Bar. We only got 2. We only got 2 out of how much? About 20? 25. Come on. Madam President, we have a unique opportunity here. And the last thing I want to comment on is the time period. The last commission, which was not statutorily appointed, it was just by the stroke of a pen, I served on it, did the report in just over a year. Right? I say, if you allow this to drift and allow this to drift, it will never be finished. I will never dare to tell the Secretariat or the Commission how to do their work. But because we have a deadline, it means that they can't say, we're looking at the fundamental rights chapter only, and we're going to take 1 or 2 months with that to consult. You have to be looking at different parts at the same time. You have to have very good ways of consulting people. Social media, radio, television, town hall meetings, writing, etc., on different aspects. The critical thing is that people need the assistance of experts. Senator Carl made the point. We have to understand the Constitution. There is no point saying we want to get rid of the Queen if we do not understand what that means. There is no point saying we want a republic if we do not understand that there are many types of republics. So they have an educational function, an informational function that is critical to the success of this process, that is critical for the buy-in of this process. Ultimately, we stand here proudly to say this is an attempt to empower the Belizean people to become architects of the structure and design of our Constitution, which in effect is how we are governed. Assad is rewriting history and saying that in 1980 nobody had an opportunity to participate in the design of the Constitution. I won't have that debate with him. The point of the matter is that in 2022, we have the opportunity and we must seize the day. Thank you, Madam President. I ask that the question be put.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill for an act to provide for the establishment of a People's Constitution Commission to draft and guide the process of promulgating a new constitution for Belize or amendments to the Belize Constitution and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Establishment of a People's Constitution Commission to draft and guide the process of promulgating a new constitution for Belize or amendments to the Belize Constitution and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the Whole, Senate on Motions and Bills.
I will ask those in the gallery if they can kindly leave. Visitors in the gallery. Honourable members, in accordance with Standing Order
Madam President, the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee has met and considered the resolution authorizing the accession to the American Treaty on Pacific Settlement, Pact of Bogota Motion 2022, and has agreed that it be returned to the Senate for adoption. It has also met and considered a resolution authorizing the ratification by Belize of the revised constitutive agreement of the Mundo Maya Organization Motion 2022, and has agreed that it be reported back to the Senate for adoption. And it has met and considered the resolution authorizing the accession to the protocol and its declarations and regulations relating to the Madrid Agreement concerning the international registration of marks Motion 2022, and has agreed that it be returned back to the Senate for adoption. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, on the resolution authorizing the accession to the American Treaty on the Pacific Settlement, Pact of Bogota Motion 2022, the question is, now therefore be it resolved that the Honorable Senate authorizes the government of Belize to accede to the pact. On the resolution authorizing the ratification by Belize of the revised constitutive agreement of the Mundo Maya Organization Motion 2022, the question is, now therefore be it resolved that the Honorable Senate authorizes the government of Belize to ratify the revised constitutive agreement of the Mundo Maya Organization. And on the resolution authorizing the accession to the protocol and its declarations and regulations relating to the Madrid Agreement concerning the international registration of marks motion, the question is, now therefore be it resolved that the Honorable Senate authorizes the government of Belize to accede to the protocol along with its stated declarations and regulations. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Reporting on third reading of bills.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the Belize Constitution 12 Amendment Bill 2022, the Senior Courts Bill 2022, Patent Amendment Bill 2022, Non-Governmental Organizations Amendment Bill 2022, and the People's Constitution Commission Bill 2022, and have passed them all without amendment. I now move that the bills be read a third time.
You're very feisty on your return, Senator Michael Perfit. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Belize Constitution, Chapter 4 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, the bill for an act to repeal and replace the Supreme Court of Judica Act, Chapter 91 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and the Court of Appeal Act, Chapter 90 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, a bill for an act to amend the Patents Act, Chapter 253 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, a bill for an act to amend the Non-Governmental Organizations Act, Chapter 315 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and a bill for an act to provide for the establishment of a People's Constitution Commission, all be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Belize Constitution, Chapter 4 of the Laws of Belize, the bill for an act to repeal and replace the Supreme Court of Judicature Act and the Court of Appeal Act, the bill for an act to amend the Patents Act, Chapter 253 of the Laws of Belize, the bill for an act to amend the NGOs Act, Chapter 315 of the Laws of Belize, and the bill for an act to provide for the establishment of a People's Constitution Commission.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, prior to moving the adjournment, if you would permit me just to make one statement relating to the passports, the new e-passports. We have been getting a lot of questions. It is not the intention of the government to change the fees for applications, renewals, etc., of the passports, the new passports at this time. People have been asking because it was put to cabinet that we should increase the fees. That is not the intention of the government at this time. I just wanted to clarify that for public consumption. Madam President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate do now adjourn. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. The Senate now stands adjourned. You're feisty today, Senator.